Shalom Israel, Most High in Christ blessed. Blessed Sabbath to you. My name is Brother Zerubbabel.
My name is Ezra Zelazar.
And once again, we're with Children of Israel. We are back once again on the Sabbath day to once again bring out the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the scriptures to the body of Israel. Feed you with this milk this morning. Edify you, Lord willing, in the ways of the Most High. We have been covering a topic over the past few Sabbaths or so, dealing with marriage and the kind of spouse that we as Israelites should be looking for. We started off with the men. We're now dealing with the women. We did one half of the lesson last Sabbath. So we're going to finish off this lesson this Sabbath. So again, the name of this lesson, husbands, love your wives and be not bitter against them. This is part 2. And also included in that title, what kind of man should the Israelite woman be looking for? So this lesson twofold is telling our men what kind of man they should be to their women, to their wives, their spouses, and not being bitter against them, meaning not being angry, not being a tyrant, not treating them in a rough manner, not being verbally or physically abusive towards them. So it's imperative that we teach our young men what kind of man they should be to our women, because here in America, they've been taught wrong as to how they should go about treating the people or the women or of the opposite sex, I might say. So that's what this lesson is about, but more so to also teach our women what kind of man they should be looking for, especially when it comes to matters of marriage, making sure you choose somebody that's going to be long term, meaning for the rest of your life, because according to the Bible, that's what marriage is supposed to be. You see here in America, they use the vows and say till death do us part, but do they really mean that? No, because if they meant it, you wouldn't have more than half of marriages in America ending in divorce. All right. And the divorces are being done for just about any reason now. The main reason is mostly, due to financial. But if you were tuning in last Sabbath, or you've watched the video from last Sabbath, or you may be watching these videos in the future, go back and watch the first one. And you will see in the first one, we basically went through, we gave a list of characteristics that our women should be looking for in a spouse. We've been going over some of the characteristics that you should not look for. In fact, I'm going to post it up here real quick. Let me share my screen. We also gave a list of characteristics that our women should be staying away from. So I'll actually put that up again. And that's what we'll start off with. So let me share my screen. Man, I hope I'm not catching a cold.
I hope you're not, because mine's been 2 weeks now.
Oh, wow. All right, so you can see that there. Let me do this. So here's the list. What are the characteristics of the kind of man to stay away from? And, we kind of went over it last week. So this is what we'll start off with again. Um, Women, ladies, it's imperative that you pay attention to this list because it could mean the difference, especially in today's times. It could mean the difference between life and death now. We started off the lesson last Sabbath with a story about a man that, murdered they weren't married. They were in a relationship. They were living together. She had multiple children by multiple men. And he went on to take on the role of a stepfather, moved her and her kids into his house. She ended up getting pregnant by him, which was going to make him baby daddy number 4. We went through this last Sabbath. She got pregnant. And in the midst of the pregnancy, she went and aborted the pregnancy and didn't tell him, lied to him, and told him that she had a miscarriage. Someone messaged him anonymously on Facebook in his private inbox, telling him the truth of what she did. We don't know, as far as the story that we read, the news article, we don't know who it was that informed him. It doesn't say, but someone sent him a message telling him exactly what she did. He goes and confronts her. She opens up, tells him the truth about it. They get into an argument. In his anger, he proceeds to put his hands around her neck, chokes her. She ends up expiring. And he went on the run for a little bit. They caught him. He got arrested. So you've got to know what kind of man you're dealing with. And unfortunately, a lot of the characteristics that are on this list, these red flags that are in front of a lot of the women when they meet these men, and they choose to ignore them because, the guy is handsome, he's tall, he's got money, whatever the case is, there's something about the dude that makes a lot of these women just completely ignore every red flag that's in front of them and throw caution to the wind and end up getting themselves into situations that, in a lot of situations, it turns out that they don't find out until the end that they've chosen the wrong man. In a lot of cases, it's too late. And we want to make sure that this doesn't continue to happen, which, we know it will until, we end up getting the kingdom. But in this world today, we know this is not going to come to an end. But as far as you Israelite women, if you take heed to this lesson that we're bringing out, take it to heart, apply it to your life. And when you meet a man, check him. Every single one of these characteristics is going to take you time. Does he have the qualities that are on the list that we gave you for the characteristics of what to look for? Or are you checking off this list? So on this list, we have, what are the characteristics of the kind of man to stay away from? The angry man. You see, from what the article says, if it's true, he almost started showing his anger right away, which if true, should have been a red flag that she shouldn't have never ignored, that she shouldn't have never moved in with the guy. No matter how much she needed that job, she could have left the job and went and found another job. But unfortunately, our people going through situations that they're going through here in this country, in desperation, will sometimes make desperate and foolish decisions. And that's why it's important for lessons like this to be brought out. She should have seen that he was an angry man. She did see it, according to the children, that he did this. You know, he treated her like this all the time, especially in front of the kids. And that's why one of the children even told the police that, you know, he killed our mother. So you should be staying away from that angry man, and you should see it. How does he act when you're out in public? If some, you know what I mean? Is he that kind of person? Somebody actually bumps into him. Is he quick to argue? He gets the wrong food, you know, brought to the table while you're out to dinner, and he wants to, you know, go off on the waitress. These are red signs. These are things you need to look for. When he's on the phone talking to people, is he spewing out a bunch of angry rhetoric? If somebody cuts him off in traffic, is he quick to get angry and want to pull up and start an argument with them? You see, all of these little things that people ignore, these are all red flags that somebody has an angry spirit about them. How does he speak to you? Is, you know, the slightest thing that you may say to him that he doesn't agree with, does it set him off? Where he wants to argue, call you names, call you out of your name. All of these are red flags for an angry man. But a lot of women will ignore these red flags because that's what society has made women believe is what a relationship is about. That the relationship is about drama. Number two, the arrogant man, the brutal man, callous, careless, childish, conceited, crazy, criminal. And unfortunately, this is what America and the world is teaching our women to accept, that criminal behavior from these men starting at a young age. The sagging of the pants, the wearing of the colors, blue or red, claiming the street, claiming a hood, claiming a zip code, drug dealing, drug using, alcoholic, robbing, stealing, that criminal behavior of being quick to want to commit murder. Our women are gravitating towards these kind of men and thinking that they're going to be able to tame these wild men. You know that he's out there committing murder, but you're going to bring him into your bedroom and lay down next to him and think that he's not going to do harm to you. The critical man, cruel, deceitful, dishonest. There's a lot of red flags with a lot of these men when the ladies meet them. He's telling you he does this, 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 and this, and then you find out that it's a lie. He doesn't even have a job. He's not doing nothing with his life. But he's lied to you about every aspect of who he is, what he does. And a lot of instances, they even lie about their name. And a lot of the women just completely ignore it because what? He's handsome, or he's got a nice car, or he does have a nice job. He's got money. But he failed to tell you that he's got 5 baby mamas and 10 kids. Disloyal, domineering. That goes with that angry man, the one that is very jealous and domineering. You know what I mean? Now, we as Israelite men, we know how our women should be dressing. We know that our women should not be walking out the house wearing no revealing clothes. But when it comes to the point of ways of handling it, your wife puts something on that you know she shouldn't be wearing out the house. There are different ways you can go about handling it. I'll give you an example. One way, baby, as an Israelite woman, the scripture says that a woman should not, wear, what pertaining to that's if, she's trying to wear pants. Or you could remind her of the scriptures saying that a woman should be dressing modestly. And if she is a godly woman, she's going to look like, you know what? You're right. Let me go and change. This is a little bit too tight. This is a little bit too revealing. But if you're that brother that's like, B, what the, what you wearing? What's wrong with you? Get in there and take that off. Cursing, screaming, getting angry, loud. Don't you ever walk out this house looking like, you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. You hear this stuff. When we go out this house, you better not say nothing. You better not be looking at nobody. Better not catch you talking to nobody. Better not catch you talking to no man. Looking at no man. That kind of domineering spirit. Controlling spirit. Beware that kind of man. Run from that kind of man. The egocentric. There are a lot of egocentric men in Israel that are so-called leaders of Israel. And some of these egocentric men are leading a lot of our brothers astray in these camps. A lot of these egocentric men are going to get a lot of our brothers hurt out there on the streets because they want to feed their egos. These egomaniacs. Well, you women want to watch out and be aware of some of these egomaniacs also. The envious man, the foolish, greedy, hateful, haughty, ignorant, impatient, impulsive, indecisive. You see, we could go on and on about every single one of these characteristics. It's just we don't have the time to do it. It would take all day to break down every single one of these, and do a lesson on them. The indecisive, insecure, insensitive, insincere, insulting, intolerable, irrational, irresponsible. Oh, yeah, I do plan on actually doing a lesson on every single one of these characteristics. Don't get me wrong. This is going to take time. It's going to take a lot of time. The irresponsible, the irritable, lazy. Some of these we're going to cover. Some of these we're going to go over, but not a lot of them we're not. Malicious. You want to stay away from that malicious man. Messy, miserable, misguided, because there are a lot of our young men that are completely misguided. Moody, that goes back to that angry man. Naive, rowdy, selfish, silly, stupid, and tactless. So that's the list again. Take notes on it, write it down. Like I said, if you even want to have us email it to you, let us know and we'll email it to you. But take this list and take it to heart. When you meet a man, As time goes on, as you're getting to know him, because you should be taking time to get to know the brother, not just jumping into a relationship with him. And as you go through, okay, oh man, I can see, yeah, he is kind of greedy. All he cares about is his money. All he cares about is his things. Oh, he is insensitive. I'm just looking at the screen and whatever one pops out, I'm just going through. He is messy. He don't like to clean up. Every time I go to his place, it's always dirty. He does act a little silly. It does make me laugh sometimes, but sometimes it just gets out of hand. He doesn't know when to stop. Even when we're in public, he doesn't know when it's time to act like an adult. You know what I mean? Just all these little things that women will ignore that are actually major signs that something's wrong with this dude. All right. So we're going to continue on with this, with the lesson. So what are some of the other personality traits that you should stay away from? Some of them are not on the list, such as the whoremonger. We need to teach our women to stay away from these whoremongers. Why is that? Because this is the one that's going to leave your baby mama. Unfortunately, this is the one that's going to lie to you about being single. And he's not. He's got women all over the place. Well, what was that song, Baby Boy, from the movie Baby Boy when it came out? What was something like, I got one baby mama at home, one baby mama up the block, around the corner, something like that. I can't remember how it goes. But our people make songs bragging about this stuff. Let me see. Hold on. Just give me a second. I'm looking. I can't remember who made the song. Oh, it was Snoop Dogg and Tyrese. Okay. Here it is. Here it is. It says, I got a baby up the street, another baby mama around the corner. One I just SCREW, and the other I make love to. But I'm in and out, fool. I can't stay with one, you know what, B. I got to keep it pimping. But now some drama, and I ain't with it. The NIGGA that used to knock my song mama up just got out, and mom's threw an NIGGA out for banging on his spouse. And that NIGGA, now he up in baby's house. What I'm gonna do? Should I set it off and play myself like a fool? So you got to go back and look at some of these song lyrics that are teaching our people about relationships, glorifying this, that he got one baby mama up the street, another one around the corner. One he just does this with, the other one he does that with. You're going to stay away from that whoremonger brother. Let's go to Sirach 23 and 17. You're going to read 17 through 19.
the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 33
No,
and verse
23.
17.
23.
23. Ecclesiasticus, chapter 23 and verse 17. All bread is sweet to a whoremonger. He will not leave up till he die.
So all
Amen.
bread is sweet to a whoremonger. That means he don't care what the woman look like. He don't care what size she is. He don't care nothing about anything. You know, if it's got a heart and breathe and she's gonna let him lay down with her, he's gonna do it. And he's gonna do it his whole life until the day he dies. This kind of man is never gonna change. There's nothing you can say, there's nothing you can do that will ever change him. And that's coming from the scriptures. All bread is sweet to a whoremonger. He will not leave off till he die. He's not going to leave that lifestyle alone. He may even marry you, but he's still going to be dipping off on the sides. And that's what's sad about even in a lot of these celebrity marriages, that a lot of these women, they know that these men are still dipping off with other women, but they don't care that as long as they're getting taken care of, they don't care how this affects them. They don't care how it affects their kids. They don't care how it affects their kids in the future. All they care about is the here and now, that this man is providing supposedly for them, thinking about themselves in the here and now, and not understanding that this man is never going to change. So they're going to end up living a lifelong full of what? Full of drama, full of this man going out cheating and breaking wedlock, which the scripture says. Go ahead, verse 18 and 19.
A man that breaketh wedlock, saying thus in his heart, who seeth me? I am compassed about with darkness. The walls cover me, and nobody seeth me. What need I to fear? The Most High will not remember my sins. Such a man only feareth the eyes of men, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men, and considering the most secret parts.
So, number one, this is to our brothers that believe in multiple wives. Because if you listen to the lessons that many of these men do when they do lessons on multiple wives, is that the understanding is that the Israelite man can have as many women as he wants. How could a man break wedlock that if you have a wife, all you have to do is just go get another one? If you want another one. And if you want a third one, you could go get a third one. How could you break wedlock? There's no way that you can, according to their doctrines, that a man can't break wedlock because he has a right to take on as many wives as he wants, according to their doctrines. But we're reading right here in the scriptures that a man can break wedlock. So there's something wrong. Either the Bible's lying or they're lying, or they have a very miscued understanding of what the scripture, of what has gone on in the scriptures. Because Christ himself told us that it was not meant in the beginning for us to put away our wives for any reason. And also in the midst of that same conversation, because he knew that when these guys came to him asking him these questions about marriage, that they were actually really asking him about multiple wives. And we go over that in our lesson about multiple wives. So if you want to understand fully what I'm talking about, go watch the video. But a man can break wedlock because it was never meant from the beginning for us to have multiple wives. It was meant for man and wife, and they two will be one. Not they three, they four, five, or however many would be one. That was never intended from the beginning. But unfortunately, you have many of our men that are leading a lot of our women astray because they have agendas. But the scriptures tell us, a man that breaketh wedlock, saying thus in his heart, who seeth me? And that's what they're saying. Who sees what I'm doing? Nobody's seeing what I'm doing. I am compassed about with darkness. The walls cover me and nobody sees me. So this is that brother that's dipping off in the midst of the middle of the night. He's sneaking into her home in the midst of darkness, thinking nobody's seeing him. The walls of the home are covering him. Nobody can see unless they're peeking in through the crack in the curtain of the window. They don't see what he's doing unless his woman's hired somebody to follow him. He thinks nobody sees what he's doing. So he's got no fear. Like, what do I need to be afraid of? Nobody knows what I'm doing. He thinks the Most High is not going to remember his sins. And the scripture says, such a man only feareth the eyes of men, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men and considering the most secret parts. This brother don't realize that it will catch up to him. Believe me, I've seen it happen. That men think that their promiscuity, their unfaithfulness to their spouses will never catch up to them until they're an old man on their deathbed, and then reality hits. But by that time, it's too late. The Lord is not listening to your pleas. He's not going to listen to your begging for forgiveness. He's not going to be listening to you beg for his mercy. Although that's what you've been taught in Christianity, but the scriptures don't teach that. Grab that in is that Proverbs 1, and I believe it starts at verse 29. Let me see, Proverbs 1. No, it starts at verse 26, actually. So Proverbs 1 and 26 through verse 31.
All right. The book of Proverbs, chapter 1 and verse 26. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind. When distress and anguish cometh upon you, then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. For that they hated knowledge and did not choose the fear of the Lord. They were none of my counsel. They despised all my reproof. Therefore shall they eat of the field with their own devices.
It said, therefore shall they eat of the fruit of their own way and be filled with their own devices. So a lot of these men don't realize that when you're on your deathbed, after you've lived a life of whoremongering, you've caught AIDS, you've caught some other disease, and you're crying out, Lord, forgive me. God's not listening to you. God don't want to hear nothing you got to say. It's too late. See, Christianity has you believing that you could live your life any way you want. And when you're on your deathbed, all you got to do is pray the Lord into your heart and you're saved. That's not how it works. God is looking at your lifelong work, body of work, not just that little sample that you give when things are going bad. That's why he says, I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. God is actually sitting there laughing at you. God's not feeling sorry for you. God's not feeling merciful towards you. When your fear cometh as desolation, your destruction cometh as a whirlwind, when distress and anguish cometh upon you, he knows that's how our people are. We wait till the last minute and then we want to call on him. And that's what he tells us. Then shall they call upon me, but I will not answer. They shall seek me early, but they shall not find me. He's not going to be listening to you. So you need to get that thought out of your head, especially you men that think you could just live a life any way you want, raise HELL your whole life, and think that at the last minute you're going to be able to ask for forgiveness and get the kingdom of heaven. It doesn't work that way. So, sisters, you need to be aware and looking out for that whoremonger brother, the one that's got that whoremonger spirit on him, that wants to sleep around with a bunch of women, that sleeping with a whole lot of women is a sport. In fact, you know what? That has brought me, just popped in my head. Let me see if I can find this article that popped up on my news feed the other day. Talking about Chad Ochocinco and Terrell Owens. I'm just going to find it first before I even tell you guys what it is, because it was sickening. And I can't believe that they're actually bragging about it. All right, so let me go back. Let me share my screen. Yeah, it is. I couldn't believe this when I was reading it. It was crazy. You see, and then it's these kind of brothers, then they start wondering, why are their relationships going bad? So I'll go to the one that actually, I'll read the one at Atlanta Black Star to show you what America has taught our men. Fans say Chad Ochocinco, Johnson, and Terrell Owens are so disgusting after they boast about sleeping with 17 women in 12 hours in the Dominican Republic. So basically what was happening is that they were looking like they were on a live, reminiscing about, the days of old when they played together, in the NFL, and were bragging about a night that they spent in the Dominican Republic where they slept with 17 women in one night. So as his former Cincinnati Bengals teammates Terrell Owens and Chad Ochocinco Johnson had a conversation about a past vacation they had that left some fans disgusted. On November 7th, the pair of former All-Pro wide receivers were on Instagram Live together when Johnson decided to take a trip down memory lane. Johnson asked his friend, "Remember that time we was in the Dominican Republic with them women in the orgies?" Owens answered, "Oh yeah, I had the big girl. I took one. I had to take one for the team." Johnson said that sometimes you have to do that. And Owens said, "Big girls need love too." So, they're laughing about this, clowning around about it. Johnson said that he and Owens had relations with 17 women in a 12-hour period. The numbers seemed to catch the Hall of Famer off guard as he questioned if Johnson had gotten the amount right. Johnson said, "I don't forget nothing like that, boy. 17 women, 12 hours. Owens said that he thought that the number was 12, but Johnson said you can't end SEX on even numbers. That's how I know it was an odd number. That logic seemed sound enough to Owens, as he said that sounded right. He went on to say he was done after 2 or 3 because he needed to recover. While the old friends laughed, one person said, "This is so disgusting. I'm about to be celibate," because while another one called the former NFL players out, saying they some proud, I don't even know what that word is, H-E-A-U-X, is that, I wouldn't even know where to begin with that. Another commenter wondered why the story had to be told on Instagram. They couldn't have called each other privately, they asked. Which is true. So I guess this is the actual video. Fortunately, these, they're tall, dark, and supposedly handsome. They're millionaires making a lot of money. They're athletes. And they're willing, just for that fame and fortune from these men, these women are willing to put up with this stuff.
I guess he dropped off. We'll wait for him to come back. Meanwhile, we'll read that again. We were at Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 26. I also will laugh at your calamity. I will mock when your fear cometh. So he's going to be laughing at people's calamity, meaning that you're sitting there testing the Most High. You're going around thinking that, I'm going to use these platforms like Tinder and all of these to go out with all of these women and not actually get together and have a wife. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Not having a wife, but yeah, you're back.
All right, yeah, I don't know what happened. Just suddenly, I don't even know how much they even heard. how far did you guys get? How much were you able to hear?
After that Heliux or Hesiux that you were reading on the sharing screen.
All right. Yeah, what I was saying was that a lot of our women are conditioned to run after these kind of men. Like I was saying, these so-called tall, dark, and handsome, rich, famous, and the women are willing to accept this behavior, which I'm sure these dudes were probably in relationships at the time that they went to the Dominican Republic and had this, this fun, as they're calling it. These are the kind of men our women need to steer clear of, because I'm pretty sure that if you type in, actually, I'm going to type it in. How many kids does Terrell Owen have? All right. Terrell Owens is a former NFL player, has 4 children by 4 different mothers. His children are, I'm not going to say the kids' names. I don't even know. They're probably grown people now, but they have the names here. Terrell Owens has faced legal issues for failing to pay child support to one of his children's mothers. So this is what it leads to. Our women want to mess with these men that have this whoremonger spirit about them. And these are those men that have multiple baby mamas and multiple states and counties and stuck paying child support. They fall into financial issues. And this is what you mess with that kind of man. That's what you're going to sign up for. You're just going to end up being another baby mama. And unfortunately for our brothers that carry on in this manner, some learn sooner than others. Some don't learn their lesson until it's too late. because having that whoremonger spirit on you is not going to get you the kingdom. And how do we know that? We're going to go to Ephesians chapter 5 and verse 5.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 5 and verse 5. For these ye know, that no whoremonger, nor unclean person, nor covetous man, who is an idolater, hath any inheritance in the kingdom of Christ and of God.
So our people need to understand that these men like this that we just read about, they are not going to receive the kingdom if they don't repent and change before it's too late. He's telling us that no whoremonger is going to inherit the kingdom of Christ and of God. It's not us talking, it's coming straight out of the scriptures. You see, a lot of the times when we say things, people may think that we're just saying it just to say it, but we say it because we can back it up with the scriptures. Let's go to Matthew 5 and 27 through 28.
The book of Matthew, chapter 5 and verse 27. It says, Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart.
So Christ is telling us, you don't have to actually commit the physical act of adultery to be in the midst of adultery. Just you looking at that woman, sizing her up, picturing in your mind like, man, I would love to have that. Before you even go up to talk to her, before you even spit game at her, you've already committed adultery with her in your heart. Let alone if you've already got a significant other at home and you're doing it. You don't know if she's got a significant other at home. But it doesn't matter either way. Just you looking at her and lusting after her, Christ is telling us that you've already committed adultery. And that should be apparent to women when they're out with their man. Does he have what they call that wandering eye, constantly checking out the women that are going by? And what we mean by checking out, there's a difference. Everybody, you could be talking to somebody and somebody walks up out of the corner of your eye. Everybody's going to look and be like, oh, okay. Leave it alone. Oh, yeah, there is someone there. Oh, okay. That's what it is. But it's that one that just looks and he can't take his eyes off of him. Just staring, lusting. And then the woman's like, what you looking at? Oh, that kind of brother. You need to be aware of that. You need to pay attention to that. He takes you out to dinner. You're sitting in the middle of the restaurant. What is he looking at? Is he flirting with the waitress? Because a lot of women, they know that their men have that flirty personality about them, and they will do it even in front of them. And she'll see the red flag, but she'll ignore it. You could go on and on about this. The thing is, watch out for that brother with the whoremonger spirit on. Let's go to Leviticus 20 and 10.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 20 and verse 10. And the man that committed adultery with another man's wife, even he that committed adultery with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death.
So you need to watch out for that man that has that adulterous whoremonger spirit about him. You need to also watch, especially nowadays, because you see that go on in neighborhoods all the time, where you might have, a whole neighborhood of people. Almost every household has got a husband, wife, and kids living in the homes. And all of a sudden you see two neighbors constantly outside talking together. One, the man is married, the woman is married, but somehow they're always outside talking. The woman is always all up in his face. He's always up in her face. And it always seems to be when the other's wife or husband is not home. You hear about this kind of stuff, and the next thing you know, they're sending little clues to the other one that, oh, they're not home. Oh, he's not home. And the next thing you know, you've got an adulterous relationship going on in the neighborhood. You see these things happen, especially if you ever lived in an apartment complex. I remember years ago when I worked security, and sometimes, you know, you would get sent to apartment complexes to, you know, to be the guard walking around at night, seeing what's going on. And I remember back, I saw a lot of that going on in these apartment complexes. One brother lives on one side of the apartment complex with his woman. The woman lives on the other side of the apartment complex with her. In fact, the story just popped up in my head. I remember I actually walked up. It was a van parked there. You know, they were parked in a spot that they shouldn't have been parked in. You could see the van moving. And I walked up on the van, and it turned out in the back of the van was a brother and a sister. You know, they was in the act of, you know, doing what they was doing. Knock on the van door. They both looked up. I saw exactly who it was, because after a while, you know, you get to know the people that live in the complex. They see you out there walking around. You get to know faces. You get to know names. And it was one brother, just as I said, he lived on one side of the complex with his baby mama, and she lived on the other side of the complex with her baby daddy. And somehow they was messing around together. And the next day, he saw me on patrol. And at the time, you know, I wasn't in the truth. I didn't know any better. He came up, he's like, oh, brother, you know, I hope you ain't gonna say nothing to my lady about what you saw last night. And at the time, me being the way I was back then, I was much younger. I didn't know, you know, anything about the truth. I was just like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing. It ain't my business. You know what I mean? So I was just coming up because the car was parked in the wrong spot. You guys shouldn't have been parked in that, you know, otherwise I would even came up to the vehicle. Said, let alone that it was moving. So, you know, he's, oh, good looking out, brother. You know what I mean? Trying to give me the fist bump and all of that. And it was just, you know, like left it alone. But now, knowing what I know now, it would have been my obligation to go and like, hey, brother, you know, I saw your lady out there in the back of the van with so-and-so across the complex, because isn't that what we're told in the scriptures? Grab that. Was that Leviticus 5:1? Now knowing better, that's what I should have done, is gone up, told her man, told his woman, like, hey, you know what? I caught them in the midst of, you know, that they were completely unclothed in the back of the van. And, you know, I saw everything that was going on. And it wasn't like I sat there watching. I looked back there. I was shocked, like, oh, knocked on the van door, and they both jumped up, looked me right in my face through the window. Saw them clear as day. Like, oh, wait a minute, that's so-and-so from, that's her from, like, oh, wow. But go ahead and read what you got.
The book of Leviticus chapter 5 and verse 1. And if a soul sin and hear the voice of swearing, and a witness, whether he has seen or known of it, if he do not utter it, then he shall bear his iniquity.
So it's sin for us to see others of our nation in sin and to not say anything about it. According to God, that's a sin. So at that moment, I was in sin and I didn't even know it. When he came up and he was, oh, brother, man, you know, man, please don't say nothing to my lady about what you saw last night. Me being naive, not knowing that he was, oh, brother, that ain't none of my business, man. So, I just came, I was just doing my job. I saw the car parked and, in the no parking zone, was just going up to see whose vehicle it was and was going to just, ask the person to move. But I didn't know what I was walking up on. Like, you know what, man, I ain't saying nothing, none of my business. Oh, good looking out, brother. But now looking back, I know I was in the midst of sin right up with him. And the scriptures tell us, do not be partakers of other men's sins. Actually, what precept is that? Let me look it up real quick. I can't think of. Do you remember what precept that is?
Which one? I'll help look.
It says something like, "Do not be not partakers in other sins or other men's sins," something like that. Let me see. First Timothy 5:22.
The book of First Timothy chapter 5 and verse 22. Lay hands suddenly on no man, neither be partakers of other man's sins. Keep thyself pure.
So neither be partaker of other men's sins. So we're not supposed to partake in other men's sins. So when we see this stuff going on as Israelites, it is our obligation, according to the scriptures, to intervene and open our mouths and say something, which I didn't do at that time. But that would save a lot of people a lot of grief. Because a lot of times there'd be family members that may know that the person's cheating. Best friends may know that the person's cheating and won't say anything about it because they're afraid of hurting this person's feelings. But it's better to say something and to let this person go on for years and years, believing that they've got a loving, committed partner, and it's completely contrary to what their belief is. Their partner is no good. All right, let's go to the book of Job, chapter 24 and verses 14 through 15. So ladies, again, stay away from that adulterous, whoremonger, spirited man.
The book of Job chapter 24 and verse 14. The murderer rising with the light killeth the poor and needy, and in the night is as a thief. The eyes also of the adulterer wither for the twilight, saying, no eye shall see me, and disguising his face.
Disquieteth his face. It says, the eye also of the adulterer waited for the twilight, saying, no eye shall see me, and disquieteth his face. So again, this is basically saying almost the same thing as what we read earlier about the man that breaks wedlock. Just because it's dark out, he's in the home, thinks that nobody sees him. All right, let's go to Sirach 25 and 2.
The book of Sirach Ecclesiasticus chapter 25 and verse 2. Three sorts of men my soul hated, and I greatly offended at their life. A poor man that is proud, a poor man that is proud, a rich man that is a liar, and an old adulterer that uh,
Doteth.
do-
Doteth. So that lets you know God hate Donald Trump, because he says he hates a rich man that is a liar. So you know he hates Trump. But it says three sorts of men my soul hated. So God is telling us that these are the three kinds of men that he hates, and he's greatly offended at their life. A poor man that is proud, a rich man that is a liar, and an old adulterer that doteth. God hates those old, you see them all the time. Remember, sometimes be out there on the streets and you will see these old men out there trying to holler at young women. Men in their 60s still chasing after, 19 and 20-year-old women. At some point, it's got to stop. So at some point in life, you got to grow up and be like, you know what, man? These are just some young kids. What do I even have in common with them? I can't even hold a conversation with them. So at some point, that kind of attraction should be completely just died off from you. Even looking at a young woman or a young girl that way. But there are these old men, these old adulterers out there that still are out there bragging, still out there, having fun, laughing, and, and still trying to act like a young man trying to pick up on young girls. And God says he hates this kind of man. All right. Let's give me a second.
Would you freeze? Testing, testing.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear now.
All right. Yeah, I don't know why it keeps freezing up like this. Let's go to Hebrews 13 and 4.
The book of Hebrews chapter 13 and verse 4. Marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled, but whoremongers and adulterers God will judge.
So you got to remember that these whoremongers and these adulterers, God is going to judge them. So God is telling us marriage is honorable in all, and the bed undefiled. So you women, you should be looking for that man that is going to marry you, that's going to make you a wife, and a one and only wife. Not these whoremongering, adulterous men that are looking to make you baby mama number one, baby mama number two, baby mama number three, or even these Israelite men that are teaching doctrines such as multiple wives and trying to make you what they call wife number one, wife number two, wife number three, wife number four, and so on. When you can't even legally go out and get paperwork to have more than one wife in this country. And you hear them say, well, you just got that westernized, what do they say? You got that westernized mindset. That's why. It's like, no, where do you think they got it from? They got it from the Bible. Like even Esau understand from the Bible that we're supposed to have one wife.
Right.
But some of these men got that spirit on them and they're teaching these things. And you got women coming into the Israelite community that are falling for the hokey doke. And there's nothing wrong with me being wife number 2. There's nothing wrong with being wife number 3. So again, watch out for the whoremonger. What's the other one? Another one you want to watch out for. You want to watch out for the evil man. Let me say that again. You ladies, when you are looking for a husband, you're looking for a spouse, you need to watch out for the evil man. Why? Let's go to Psalms 140 and 1 through 4. Let's find out about the evil man. What does the Bible say about the evil man that we need to warn you to stay away from him?
The book of Psalms, chapter 140 and verse 1. Deliver me, O Lord, from the evil man. Preserve me from the violent man, which imagine mischief in their heart. Continually are they gathered together for war. They have sharpened their tongues like a serpent. Adders, poisons is under their lips. Salah. Keep me, O Lord, from the hands of the wicked. Preserve me from the violent man who have purpose to overthrow my goings.
So the Lord is telling us that the evil man is a violent man who imagines mischiefs in their heart. Okay, this person's mind is always on foolishness, always on doing wicked things. This is a wicked person. So the violent person, the violent man, the wicked man are all synonymous with the evil man. You want to be careful of being around this kind of man. Go to Proverbs 2 and 10 through 15.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 2 and verse 10. When wisdom entereth into thine heart, and knowledge is pleasant unto thy soul, discretion shall preserve thee, understanding shall keep thee.
So you women need to learn to have discretion when it comes to choosing a man. Why is it important to have discretion? Read on.
It says, to deliver thee from the ways of the evil man, from the man that speaketh forward things, who leave the path of uprightness to walk in the ways of darkness.
Who leave the paths of uprightness to walk in the ways of darkness. Read on.
Who rejoiceth to do evil and delight in the forwardness of the wicked, whose ways are crooked and they forward in their paths.
So you need to learn how to have discretion, and you're learning it as we go through this lesson right now. Why? To deliver you from the evil man, to keep you from crossing paths with this kind of man, bringing this kind of man into your life, who's going to speak to you any way he wants, who's going to walk in the ways of darkness. Why would you want to bring a person into your life whose heart is full of wickedness and evil? This kind of man, as the scripture says, who rejoice to do evil and delight in the forwardness of the wicked. They love being around wicked people. They love wickedness. They love violence. It says whose ways are crooked and they forward in their paths. Everything that they do is crooked. Why would you want this kind of man in your life? Let's go to Proverbs 17 and 11.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 17 and verse 11. An evil man seeketh only rebellion. Therefore a cruel messenger shall be sent against him.
Shall be sent against him.
Oh, it looked. I'm sorry, I looked together. Sent against him.
So read it again.
Yeah. An evil man seeketh only rebellion. Therefore, a cruel messenger shall be sent against him.
An evil man seeketh only rebellion. So this is that man that whenever the scriptures are coming out, he's not going to want to go to church. He's not going to hear the scriptures. He's not going to want to hear the words of the wise. He's not going to want wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. He's not going to want to know about God. He doesn't want to hear nothing about the commandments. He only wants to be rebellious. That's going to be that man that mocks at the scriptures. That foolish man that says that there is no God. Why would you want to be with this kind of man? Remember, the beginning of the lesson, we told you what kind of man you should be looking for. You should be looking for a godly man that fears the Lord, that is going to want to keep his commandments. Grab Proverbs 24 and 19 through 20.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 24, and verse 19. Fret not thyself because of evil men, neither be thou envious of the wicked. For there shall be no reward to the evil man. The candle of the wicked shall be put out.
So there's going to be no reward for the evil man. He's got no reward coming for him, but he sure does have punishment. You got to remember that you've got to have discretion. You've got to be able to see the warning signs of these kind of men at the very beginning so that you can turn the opposite direction and get away from them. You don't want this kind of person in your life. Again, this could be the difference between life and death. Nowadays, it is not that hard to meet the wrong person and bring the wrong person into your life. And that person could be the reason for you losing your life, whether it's directly done by them or by someone who's targeting them, and you end up being one that gets, what's the word I want to look for? Gets taken out because someone is trying to get them. All right. You need to know what is in a man's heart from the very start. Grab Matthew 12 and 35.
Book of Matthew, chapter 12, and verse 35. And it says, a good man out of the good treasure of the heart bringeth forth good things, and an evil man out of the evil treasures bringeth forth evil things.
So you're going to know what's really in the heart of this man, meaning his mind, from the things that he says and the things that he does and the results of his actions. When he does things, does his action bring forth good things? Or does his actions always seem to bring forth evil things? Always something bad going on around this dude. You never hear or see anything good ever happening around this guy or anything good happening in his life. Everything is always, some kind of drama, some kind of argument, some kind of altercation or violence. And in some cases, there's always a lot of death around some people. Why would you want to bring this kind of man in your life? Whose mind is always on evil. That tells you what is really within a man's soul, what is really within him. You've got to pay attention, and the only thing that's going to give you discretion is the scriptures, precepts like Matthew 12 and 35. Another one that we're going to go to, Mark 7 and 21 through 23. These precepts is what's going to give you the discretion to be able to see what is in a man's heart.
Book of Mark, chapter 7 and verse 21. It says, "For from within, out of the heart of man proceed evil thoughts, adulterers, fornication, murderers, thefts, covetousness, wickedness, deceit, lasciviousness, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. All these evil things come from within and defile the man."
So this is part of the Lord's list of the kind of man you should be staying away from. That man whose mind, his heart, is always on evil. The man whose mind is always on adultery, always on fornication, always on murder or theft, always on being covetous. His mind is always on wickedness and deceit, lasciviousness. This is that man that's got that evil eye. You say the wrong thing and he's quick to give you the evil eye. That man whose mouth is full of blasphemy when it comes to the scriptures. When somebody's trying to give him good counsel, he don't want to hear it because of what? That pride. He's a very prideful man. He's very foolish. All these evil things come from within and defile the man. You should know from the things that he says and does what is truly in his heart. And if you are engaging in a man who has these characteristics, you need to run. You need to get out of that situation. You need to go and find another man, which is crazy because I don't understand how a lot of our women meet these kind of men and they just settle for it. As if they can't find somebody else. Almost like at that moment, he's the only man in the world. And you just got to settle for this wicked, demonic, evil man. And it's not like that at all. Don't ever be afraid of just turning away. And if you have to, ghost him. Don't even contact him anymore. The moment you see that wickedness and evil, let him sit there wondering and worrying about, why is she not talking to me no more? What happened? She just disappeared. And that's where you need to have discretion. Don't be letting a man know where you live right off the bat, because you hear these stories. The woman meets the dude on some dating app and, oh, where are you up to tonight? Oh, I don't know. Where are you up to? You know, you want to, what do they call it nowadays? Netflix and chill. I didn't even know that was a thing. So they're saying that now the Netflix and chill is the new dating. Remember back in our day, back in the, the 80s and 90s, it was, you want to go to a movie. Back in that time, you know what I mean? You would date a girl, go out on dates, and it could be months before you even hold hands. Just taking the time to get to know each other. But now times have changed. Now it's just, you know what? They hit them up on the dating site. Oh, your pictures look nice. Your pictures look nice. Let's meet up. What do you want to do? Oh, you want to Netflix and chill? Okay, you want me to come to your place or you want to come to mine? And a lot of these women are dumb enough to be like, you know what? Just come over to my place. I don't feel like going anywhere. I don't feel like getting dressed. And invite this man that they don't even know over to their house. And the next thing they know, they have a stalker on their hands. Now they don't know what to do because now this guy knows where you live. He's got your phone number. He's got your Instagram, whatever you want to call it. He got your address. He knows what kind of car you drive. Now he's followed you to work. Now he knows where you work. Learn to have discretion. And again, the thing that's going to teach you discretion is the Lord's scriptures, the word of the Lord. You're going to learn it from the Bible. When a man has these kind of wicked, evil thoughts in their mind, you will see it. The red flags will be in front of you. It's up to you to get away from that kind of man. So the evil man, the next one is the wicked man. The wicked man. Let's go to Proverbs 6 and 12 through 19.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 6 and verse 12. It says, a naughty person, a wicked man, walketh with a forward mouth.
So that's another kind of person you need to watch out for, that naughty man, that naughty person, that wicked man that just lets any and everything come out of his mouth. Read on.
He winketh with his eyes.
That's that brother that's always winking at you with his eyes. He always got something clever to say, and then it follows up with the wink of the eye. Tells you that there's something not right about him. Go ahead.
He speaketh with his feet. He teacheth with his finger.
He teaches with his fingers. You got to watch this man's actions, his mannerisms when he speaks. When you see how if you're into true crime and you watch some of these channels that they show these police interrogations where they bring the suspects in and they interrogate them, and the police know how to watch and read body language when they're interrogating they're very good at their jobs. And that's why I don't understand how some of these people come into these interrogation rooms and think that they could play the cops for fools. Right. These are not the Keystone cops from back in the days. These dudes have college degrees now. These cops are not dumb. And that's why it boggles my mind that you get some of these people going to these interrogation rooms and think that they're going to outsmart the cops. They can read your body your body language. They can read your mannerisms when you're sitting there in that chair and they're asking you questions and they're talking to you. That's the same, what do you want to call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Talent that you want to develop. You know that the cops have, that when they interrogate somebody, when they question someone, they can read body language. And you as a woman, you want to be able to read that body language when this man is talking to you. That will tell you a lot about what you want to know about him. Go ahead and read on.
It says, forwardness is in his heart. He deviseth mischief continually. He showeth discord.
And this is heavy, right? He deviseth mischief continually. We already heard that in another precept. That evil man, that wicked man, they're always in the midst of mischief all the time. And he soweth discord. Always putting one person against another. Always being a talebearer. Always telling one, oh, you know, so-and-so said this about you. Oh, so-and-so going to the next, bro. You know, so-and-so was saying this, talking madness about you. You know, well, you know, so-and-so said. You know, so-and-so did. Always spreading the news. And the next thing you know, you got discord between friends. If he's going to do that with his own friendships, what do you think he's going to do in the midst of your relationship? Go ahead and read on.
Verse 15, therefore shall his calamity come suddenly. Suddenly shall he be broken without remedy. These 6 things doth the Lord hate. Yeah, 7 are an abomination unto him. A proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, and heart that devises wickedness imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief, a false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren.
So God says he hates these 6 things. So if God hates them, you need to learn to hate it too. Stop being so quick to just accept that brother with that proud look, that's got that lying tongue. The dude that's quick to shed innocent blood with his hands, quick to just want to fight. The one whose mind is always on wickedness, his only every imagination is wickedness. The one that's always quick to run in the midst of mischief. The one that's always wanting to be a false witness and speak lies about every action and interaction that goes on in the hood. The one that sows discord among brethren. God says he hates these 6 things. You got to learn to hate them too. And steer yourself clear of this kind of man when it comes to looking for a significant other. The wicked man, he's a naughty person. He's wicked. These are the attributes of the wicked man. What else is here's another attribute of the wicked man. Go to Proverbs 21 and 29. This also tells you a lot about this kind of man.
The book of Proverbs 20, chapter 21 and verse 29. A wicked man hardeneth his face, but as for the upright, he directed his ways.
So a wicked man hardeneth his face. The countenance, the facial expressions of a man should tell you what's going through his mind. Here, let me see if I can find some examples of it. A man that hardens his face. Let me see. All right. I'm going to share my screen. Let me know when you can see it.
It's coming. There it is.
So this is what it's talking about. It says a wicked man hardeneth his face. You see this man whose face look like this all the time. Always just looking mad and angry. Let me see another one. Now they're getting silly with these pictures. Yeah, some of these are just getting silly. Yeah, these are just getting ridiculous. So the only one that actually even comes close close is this right here. So you need to look out for this kind of man. A wicked man hardeneth his face. That man that's constantly walking around, um, like what was his name? Was it Debo from Friday? Yeah, let me see if I can find a picture of Debo. Yeah, like Debo. That man always hardening his face. You see, you should know him when you see him. That the Lord is telling you that's a wicked man. There you go, Debo. That was a good example. All right. So that should do it.
Yeah. Even Ice
But the
Cube
Most High is
hardened
telling
his
you
face.
need to pay attention to. Oh yeah,
Even Ice
yeah, Ice
Cube.
Cube too. Yeah, yeah. What was that? In what was the movie? Boys in the Hood.
Hmm.
His character. So you need to watch out for that wicked man that hardened his face all the time. So the Lord is telling you the attributes of a wicked man. That's what's gonna teach you discretion is learning these precepts. Let's go to Sirach 3 and 26 through 28. What are some more characteristics of a wicked man?
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 3, and verse 26. A stubborn heart shall fare evil at the last, and he that loveth danger shall perish therein. An obstinate heart, an ob- obstinate heart shall
Yeah,
be late. There you go. Shall be laden with sorrow, and the wicked man shall heap sin upon him.
sin upon sin.
Sin. Let me read it again. An obstinate heart shall be laden with sorrow, and the wicked man shall heap sin upon sin. In the punishment of the proud there is no remedy, for the plant of wickedness had taken root in him.
So a wicked man is that one that has a stubborn heart. He says, a stubborn heart shall fare evil at the last. That man that loves danger, and he that loveth danger shall perish therein. So it's giving you more of these attributes. So, like I said, some of these are not on the list that we gave you. That man that has an obstinate heart, it says, an obstinate heart shall be laden with sorrows, and the wicked man shall heap sin upon sin. So it's giving you these attributes of what a wicked man is. You see, you're not going to be able to know what a wicked man or who a wicked man is unless you read the scriptures and learn about the wicked man. That's what's going to give you the discretion to know whether or not this is the kind of man you want to bring in your life or not. Verse 28, in the punishment of the proud, there is no remedy, for the plant of wickedness hath taken root in him. You need to watch out for that man that the plant of wickedness has taken root in, because that is the majority of our men, unfortunately, nowadays. And how has this plant of wickedness been rooted in them? Through social media, the music, the movies. All of it has played a part in planting the seed of wickedness in our people. That's the seed. If you don't believe, go listen to the music. The music is planting the seed of wickedness. Shoot them up, kill them up. Music talking about rape and whoremongering. Music about drunkenness and smoking weed and getting high. The music about selling drugs. The music about violence. Robbing, stealing, killing. That's the seed. And the seed is planted into the mind. That seed of wickedness. You allow the children to watch, to listen, to click. And when I mean click, I'm talking about click on a website, click on an app, having them on TikTok, allowing them to be on Facebook, allowing children to be on YouTube watching whatever they want. And that seed of wickedness is planted in their mind. And at some point, that wickedness takes root. And then that wickedness grows into a plant. For the plant of wickedness hath taken root in him. And by the time they're a teenager, there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do at all. Because now you've got a grown man walking around that the plant of wickedness is taking root in, and now he's becoming somebody's woman or somebody's man, I mean. And she has no idea how deep the root has been grounded in him. Until it's too late. So she needs to find out the attributes of a wicked man so that she can avoid him. Let's find out some more. What else does the scripture say about the wicked man? Let's go to Sirach 19 and 26 through 30.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 19 and verse 26. There is a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly, but inwardly he is full of deceit, casting down his countenance and making as if he heard not, where he is not known. He will do thee a mischief before thou be aware.
He will do thee mischief before thou be aware, before you even can think of it in your mind, before it even becomes, before you even become aware of it. Before you even seen it, he's already done something wicked and evil to you. Go ahead.
And if for want of power he be hidden from sinning,
hindered from sinning.
And if for want of power he be hindered from sinning, yet when he findeth opportunity, he will do evil.
Yet when he findeth opportunity, he will do evil. Go ahead.
A man may be known by his look, and one that had understanding by his countenance when thou meetest him. A man's attire and excessive laughter and gait show what he is.
A man's attire, meaning the things he wears, his excessive laughter, and gait, meaning the way he walks, the way he carries himself, it shows what he is. Like the old saying goes, if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, what is it? It's a duck. The man that dressed like a gangster, talks like a gangster, walks like a gangster, everything he does is like a gangster, which shows what he is. That means he's a gangster. The man that dressed like a whoremonger, acts like a whoremonger, talks like a whoremonger, what does that tell you he is? So it's giving you more of a description of the attributes of a wicked man. This is that man that when you meet him, he hangs his head down low. He acts sad, acts humble. He acts like he's caring. He acts like he's got wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. But inwardly, he's full of deceit. He's putting on an act. He may talk softly to you. He may have the right words to say. He makes you feel good by the things he says, the things he does in the beginning. He may even hold the door open for you when you go into a place. He might even open up the car door for you on that first date, but it's all just deceit. Casting down his countenance and making as if he heard not. Where he is not known, he will do thee a mischief before thou be aware. You see, he constantly takes you places where nobody knows him, nobody sees him. Because there's nobody around to be like, oh, that's so-and-so, what you doing hanging with him? Don't you know everybody knows him? He got a bad reputation, girl. What you messing with him for? So he don't take you nowhere around his hood. So you want to be aware of this kind of man, because he will do you mischief before you're aware of it, before you could even see it coming. The way a man is dressed, the way he laughs, his walk, his talk, everything tells you about this man, especially that man that's always laughing, that has that excessive laughter, that shows himself to be immature, that shows himself to be silly. That's why those attributes are on that list that we showed you earlier. You don't want to be around that immature, the Nick Cannons of the world. For the life of me, I can't understand why some of these women even talk to this dude, except for the fact that he's got a lot of money, because he shows himself to be very immature, to be very silly, to be very double-minded, to show himself to be a coward. You see, when he stood up supposedly for his people to tell the truth about us being the Israelites, as soon as they came against him, what did he do? He sat down with the old rabbis and apologized. He went through their little lesson about the history of their people and why he should show some remorse towards their people. And he gave in. He was quick to give into it. They canceled his shows and everything. But then as soon as he did it, what happened? He got some of his shows back. But again, that goes to show you that a lot of our women, they don't know how to choose men wisely. Look at Beyonce. If Jay-Z wasn't a billionaire, you really think she would have been paying him any attention? Looking like buckwheat? There is no way in the world he would have ever got her. Look at Puff Daddy. I'm serious. Go look. Hold on. Let me. Let me share my screen. And I'm just going to randomly choose different so-called entertainers. All right. Let me know when you can see.
It's there.
Is it showing up?
Yep. Hmm.
All right. So let me see a picture of Tupac before he became Tupac that everybody knew. Like this picture right here. Even though, he was young, he was a youngster, he's probably young, high school age right here. You think any of these women really would have been paying attention to him?
No.
There ain't no way in the world. Right here in this picture, in fact, he actually looks like one of the New Edition members. If you look at this picture, in fact, that'll be the next one. Let me type in New Edition before they became famous. Images. All right, so we know this is New Edition after they became famous, but what about when they were little kids? Let me try this again before they became famous. I forgot to switch it. All right, here you go. So this was them as teenagers. Now, if they weren't on TV singing, you really think girls and women would have been paying attention to them? Even as they got older as teenagers. Let me see. I want one when they're at least. That's the music group The Boys. All right, here's one. But seriously, you really think that these women would have been paying much attention to them at all? Let's even let me see. Go Bobby Brown. Bobby Brown as a teen. See what that brings up. Especially looking at Bobby Brown now. All right. So and it goes to say money can fix you. My money changes a lot. When all of a sudden these dudes get money and you get a hairstylist and you get somebody that teach you how to dress and put the clothes on them. But they know a lot of these women wouldn't have been paying no attention to these dudes. Another one, let's go Biggie.
You know, Rob Schneider.
Yeah.
Rob Schneider has a Latina wife, and when you look at it, like you said, money makes you look good. And they actually made a song. It says, "My money makes me look 6'1" or something like that."
Oh wow. So here you go. So this is a image of Biggie I think this was in the Bronx. You can find this video on YouTube out there freestyling. Now, if he didn't make it big and become famous, you think any of these women would have been paying attention to this dude? And I know he's gone now, Lord rest his soul, but you got to be honest, got to be real. They would not have been paying attention. Name somebody else. Somebody that's big right now. It's hard to say. I don't even know who any of these so-called stars are right now. Well, you should get the idea. But a man's attire, the way he dressed, excessive laughter, the way he walks, everything tells you about that man. And unfortunately, with our sisters, all it takes is for a man to be rich and famous, and they're falling all over him. Let's go to the book of Proverbs, chapter 16, and verses 27 through 30.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 16, and verse 27. An ungodly man diggeth up evil, and in his lips there is a burning fire. A forward man showeth strife, and a whisper separateth chief friends. A violent man enticeth his neighbor, and leadeth him into the way that is not good. He shutteth his eyes to devise forward things. Moving his lips, he bringeth evil to pass.
Moving his lips, he bringeth evil to pass. So this precepts tells us about the few different type of men: the ungodly man, the froward man, the violent man, the whisperer, the one that just from the moving of his lips, the way he speaks, brings evil to happen. You want to stay away from this kind of man, especially the ungodly man. Let's talk about him, the ungodly man. Go to Psalms 1 and 1 through 6. The ungodly man.
The book of Psalms, chapter 1 and verse 1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. But his delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doth he meditate day and night. He shall be like a tree planted by the rivers of water, that bringeth forth his fruit in his season. His leaf also shall not wither, and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper. The ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish.
But the way of the ungodly shall perish. So the Lord says, blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. That's the kind of man you should be looking for, the godly man. That what? His delight is in the law of the Lord, and in his law doeth he meditate day and night. That's what you should be looking for. But on that flip side, he says the ungodly are not so, but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away. Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous, because that's what he's calling the ungodly man, a sinner. For the Lord knoweth the way of the righteous, but the way of the ungodly shall perish, meaning that the ungodly are unrighteous. You need to be aware of this ungodly, unrighteous man. Let's go to Sirach 41 and 8 through 16. I'm going to speed it up a little bit, because we still got a lot to go through.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 41 and verse 8. It says, "Woe be unto you, ungodly men, which have forsaken the law of the Most High,
which have
God."
forsaken the law of the Most High. That's exactly what an ungodly man is. He's the man that has forsaken the law of the Most High. You need to be aware of him. Go on.
Um, For if ye increase, it shall be to your destruction. And if ye be born, ye shall be born to a curse. And if ye die, a curse shall be your portion. All that are of the earth shall turn to the earth again. So the ungodly shall go from a curse to destruction.
So the ungodly shall go from a curse to destruction. In other words, you're going to die and you're going to be nothing but dust. Go ahead.
The mourning, the mourning of men is about their bodies, but an ill name of sinners shall be blotted out.
So that's that ungodly man. He's going to have when he dies, he's not going to leave a good name behind. He's going to leave an ill name. Everybody that knows him is going to remember all the wickedness and evil that he did in his life. Go ahead.
Have regarded to thy name, for that shall continue with thee above thousand great treasures of gold.
So it's telling you, have regard for your name. What kind of name are you going to leave behind when you leave this earth? Are you going to leave a good name behind or a bad name? Because it's going to continue with you above 1,000 great treasures of gold. When you leave this earth, the only thing you're going to leave behind is that name and those memories. And what are people going to say about you? What are they going to remember about you? Go ahead.
A good life hath but a few days, but a good name endureth forever.
But a good name endureth forever. So what kind of name, what kind of reputation does this guy have? You need to know. When you meet him and you start getting to know him, you need to find out, what do people have to say about this person? Go ahead.
My children, keep discipline in peace. For wisdom that is hid and a treasure that it is not seen, what profit is in them both?
Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapters 1 and 1 through 9.
Book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 1. Love righteousness, ye that be judges of the earth. Think of the Lord with a good heart, and in simplicity of heart seek him. For he will be found of them that tempt him not, and showeth himself unto such as do not distrust him. For forward thoughts separate from God, and his powers when it is tried, reprove the unwise. For into a malicious soul wisdom shall not enter, nor dwell in the body that is subject unto sin.
For into a malicious soul wisdom shall not enter, nor dwell in the body that is subject unto sin. This man, this ungodly man, is not going to show any type of wisdom. Go ahead.
For the Holy Spirit of the discipline will flee deceit, and remove from thoughts that are without understanding, and will not abide when unrighteousness cometh in.
So this man is going to be deceitful. He's going to have no discipline, because the Holy Spirit of discipline is not going to dwell within him. He's not going to have no understanding, and everything about him is going to be unrighteousness. Go ahead.
For wisdom is a loving spirit, and will not acquit a blasphemer of his words. For God is witness of his reins, and a true beholder of his heart, and a hearer of his tongue. For the Spirit of the Lord filleth the word, and that which continueth all things had knowledge.
Read that again. For the Spirit of the Lord filleth the world, and that which containeth all things.
For the Spirit of the Lord filleth the world, and that which containeth all things hath knowledge of the voice. Therefore, he that speaketh unrighteous things cannot be hid, neither shall vengeance, when it punisheth, pass by him. For inquisition shall be made into the counsel of ungodly, and the sound of his words shall come unto the Lord. For the manifestation of his wicked deeds.
So he says, for inquisition shall be made into the counsels of the ungodly. He's going to find out. It says, and the sounds of his words shall come unto the Lord for the manifestation of his wicked deeds. Everything that you say, everything that you do, you're going to have to make an account for when Christ comes back. Remember, the scriptures tells us that by your words, you're going to be justified.
Mm-hmm.
So every idle word that you speak, you're going to have to account for in the end. And you need to look out for that man who is full of ungodly, wicked deeds. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon 3:10-12.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3 and verse 10. But the ungodly shall be punished according to their own imaginations, which have neglected the righteousness and forsaken the Lord. For who despiseth wisdom and nurture, he is miserable, and their hope is vain. The labor unfruitful, and their works unprofitable. Their wives are foolish, and their children wicked.
Their wives are foolish and their children wicked. And that's especially when you come across that man that got a multitude of children and a multitude of baby mamas. In a lot of cases, their wives are foolish and the children are wicked. A lot of the children, and the reason why they turn out that way is because the father wasn't there to help raise them. That's why he says, but the ungodly shall be punished according to their own imaginations, which have neglected the righteous and forsaken the Lord. So you want to watch out for this kind of man. You want to watch out for the ungodly man. Let's go to Sirach 23:7 through, first go to Leviticus 5:4.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 5 and verse 4. Or if a soul swear, pronouncing with his lips to do evil or to do good, whatsoever it be that a man shall pronounce with an oath, and it be hid from him when he knoweth of it, then he shall be guilty in one of these.
All right, so you want to be careful of what the man says. Is he swearing? Is he pronouncing with his lips to do evil or to do good? That man that's always talking about, man, I can't stand that Nigga. Wait till I see him. I'm going to bust him up in his lip. I'm going to bust his lip. I'm going to knock him upside his head. They're always talking about doing something to somebody. Some kind of, evil or wickedness is coming out of their mouths. All right. So let's go to, hold on one second. Yeah, Matthew 26:74. Is it me or is it hot?
It's getting hot.
Yeah, it's been cold all week, and all of a sudden it's feeling hot right now.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26 and verse 74. Then began he to curse and to swear, saying, I know not the man. And immediately the cock crew. Oh, is that right one?
Yeah, that's it. That's what I want you to read. Well, read it again.
Matthew chapter 26 and verse 74. Then began he to curse and to swear, saying, I know not the man. And immediately the cock crew.
All right. So the reason why I brought this, it left me for a second. Going back to Sirach 23 in verse 7 through 13, It says, "Oh, hear, O ye children, the discipline of the mouth." All right. So this is talking about that man that doesn't have any discipline of his mouth, because you hear in a lot of Israelite camps, a lot of Israelite leaders that will proclaim that there's nothing wrong with using profanity. And so I put this in the lesson to show you that, number one, you need to stay away from that man who's used to swearing, who's used to using opprobrious words or foul language or bad words, curse words. The things that comes out of a man's mouth says a lot about him. And that's what it's saying here in Sirach 23, verse 7 again. Hear, O ye children, the discipline of the mouth. He that keepeth it shall never be taken in his lips. A man's got to learn to be disciplined in his speak. He's got to learn how to discipline his mouth. And when you hear these men constantly using all kind of vulgar language, that lets you know that these are undisciplined men. They can't even control the things that come out of their mouths, and neither do they want to control the words that come out of their mouth, because they make excuses to use the language. And they'll turn around and lie to you and tell you, well, the Bible doesn't say anything about cursing being a sin. You learned that from the white man. And so we're showing you through these precepts that actually the Bible does tell you that cursing, using bad language, foul language is a sin. So verse 8, the sinner shall be left in his foolishness. So a lot of the things that come out of men's mouths is sin. Both the evil speaker and the proud shall fall thereby. Accustom not thy mouth to swearing. Did we read Sirach 23 and 7 through 13?
Sirach, call it again. 23.
Well, we went from Wisdom of Solomon 3 and 10 to Leviticus 5 and 4, right?
Right. Yeah, we didn't do that.
That's why, because so I somehow I didn't put it on the list here, but I'll just keep reading because it's already started reading it. Yeah, right. I forgot to put it on the list for to scroll across the screen somehow. So actually, I'll have you read. Go ahead and read it, and then I'll break it down. I messed up. Go ahead. So go to Sirach 23, Sirach chapter 23, and you're going to read verses 7 through 13. So I screwed that up.
Okay. The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 23, and verse 7. Hear, O ye children, the discipline of the mouth. He that keepeth it shall never be taken in his lips. The sinner shall be left in his foolishness. Both the evil speaker and the proud shall fall thereby. Accustom not thy mouth to swearing, neither use thyself to the naming of the Holy One. For as a servant that is continually beaten shall not be without a blue mark. So he that sweareth and nameth God continually shall not be faultless. A man that useth much swearing shall be filled with iniquity, and the plague shall never depart from his house. If he shall offend, his sin shall be upon him, and if he acknowledge not his sin, he maketh a double office. And if he
acknowledge not his sin, he maketh a double offense. And a lot of these men that are teaching this Bible, that are using all kind of swear words and foul language, are not willing to acknowledge their sin, because they're going to have you believing that when it's talking about swearing, it's only talking about the naming of the Holy One. But that's not true. And we're going to show you that. Go ahead.
And if he swear in vain, he shall not be innocent, but his house shall be full of calamities. There is a word that is clothed about with death. God grant that it be not found in the heritage of Jacob.
God grant that it be not found in the heritage of Jacob. Go ahead.
For all such things shall be far from the godly, and they shall not wallow in their sins. Use not thy mouth to interpret swearing.
Intemperate swearing. We read that again.
Use not thy mouth to intemperate. I can't say intemperate swearing, for therein is the word of sin.
All right. So where is it talking about the difference between naming the Most High and swearing, meaning using bad language or curse words like the F word, the S word, the B word, which is all what you would call intemperate swearing, or what we call today cursing? Oh man, he was cussing. Verse 9, Sirach 23:9 says, accustom not thy mouth to swearing, neither use thyself to the naming of the Holy One, showing you that it is two different things. It's two different things. You can swear by using the name of the Most High, or you can swear using bad language, foul language, or curse words. You need to watch out for that man whose mouth is full of what? Full of cursing, full of swearing. He has an undisciplined mouth. Every other word coming out of his mouth is a curse word. That's why verse 13 says, use not thy mouth to intemperate swearing, for therein is the word of sin. Now, watch this. Let me share my screen. Oh, I'm going to show you this once again, that we're not making this up. You need to stop listening to these men who have you believing that when they're sitting there teaching and they're using all that profanity, that that's godly. And our people are so gullible, they just sit there and go, oh man, you just soft, when people are trying to correct them and tell them that the use of that foul language is sin. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So you actually can see it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So this is the word intemperate. Says, so Sirach 23:13 says, use not thy mouth to intemperate swearing. The word intemperate means having or showing a lack of self-control, immoderate, given to or characterized by excessive indulgence, especially in alcohol. Let's look at the Merriam-Webster definition. Intemperate, not temperate, especially given to excessive use of intoxicating liquors. Synonyms: abandoned, runaway, unchecked, unhindered. So unchecked swearing, unhindered swearing, rampant swearing, unbounded swearing, uncontrolled swearing, unrestrained swearing, raw, unbridled, unhampered. All right. So again, as it says in verse 7, hear, O ye children, the discipline of the mouth. They have no discipline in the things that they say. None. So now, swearing What does the word swearing mean? Oh, the use of language regarded as coarse, blasphemous, or otherwise unacceptable in polite or formal speech in order to express anger or other strong emotion. Example, there's a lot of swearing in that show. So it's not talking about making a solemn statement or promise, undertaking to do something, or affirming that something is the case. Sirach 23:13 is not talking about taking an oath. It's not talking about taking a solemn oath. It's talking about this right here, the second definition of swearing. Use language of a kind regarded as coarse, blasphemous, or otherwise unacceptable in polite or formal speech in order to express anger or other strong emotion. Let's go to Merriam-Webster. So you got to stop listening to some of these men.
Right.
That's why the scripture says a sinful man will not be approved, but seeketh an excuse according to his will. I'm paraphrasing. Swear, to utter or take a solemn oath, to assert as true or promise under oath, to assert or promise emphatically or earnestly, to put to an oath, administer an oath, to bind by an oath, to invoke the name of a sacred being in an oath, to bring into a specified state, to take an oath. Oh, to use profane or obscene language. The scriptures talks about both. Let me say it again. The scriptures, when it talks about swearing, there are multiple ways and definitions that the scriptures use the word swear or swearing. Sometimes it's talking about taking an oath. Sometimes it's talking about the use of the Lord's name. And in a few cases where it's telling us that the use of intemperate swearing, such as using profane or obscene language, is sin. As we just read in Sirach 23:13, use not thy mouth to intemperate swearing, for therein is the word of sin. Now let's go back to Leviticus 5:4. That was the reason why I just had it all messed up on here. Now let's go to Leviticus 5:4.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 5, and verse 4. Or if a soul swear, pronouncing with his lips to do evil, or to do good, whatsoever it be that a man shall pronounce with an oath, and it be hid from him, when he knoweth of it, then he shall be guilty in one of these.
So now this is talking about the man swearing it with an oath that he's going to do good or he's going to do evil. But that also could be a man that's using foul language, because let's say a man says, man, I can't wait till I see that NIGGA, man, I'm gonna whoop his, you know what? Is that not swearing with an oath to do good or evil? You got to be realistic about these things. All right. And I'm just giving you an example. So now we're going to actually go to a situation where the scripture's talking about one of our brothers, our forefathers, was cursing and swearing. In other words, he was using foul language, or the definition that we read about, using language that is what? Regarded as coarse, blasphemous, or otherwise unacceptable in polite or formal speech in order to express anger or other strong emotion. You hear a lot of these leaders in Israel teaching and cursing and swearing all the time. And we're bringing this up because this is the kind of man, ladies, you need to look out for. You need to stay away from these kind of men. They have no discipline over the mouth, none whatsoever. All right, let's go to Matthew 26 and 74.
The book of Matthew, chapter 26, and verse 74.
Actually,
Then
in
began,
fact, wait, hold on. Just go to, so they got, so I don't have to explain it. Go to verse 69 and read to 75 so that they could get an understanding of what the situation is going on here with Peter.
start at which one?
Verse 69.
69. The book of Matthew, chapter 26, and verse 69. Now Peter sat without in the place, and a damsel came unto him, saying, Thou also was with Jesus of Galilee. But
So
he
what,
denied.
this is what's going on. Christ had already been taken into custody from the mount. All right. He's been taken before the high priest at the palace of the high priest at his home. All right. This is what's going on. You got to remember that earlier in the evening during the Last Supper, Christ had told him that before the cock crows, meaning before the sun comes up and the cock crows, you're going to deny me 3 times. And Peter swore up and down, I'm not going to do anything like that, making an oath. But we're going to find out what he did. Right now, he followed Christ in the background to the palace. He's in the palace now, and he's being recognized by people as being one of Christ's disciples. And let's see what he does. Go ahead.
But he denied before them all, saying, I know not what thou sayest.
So he denied Christ. Go ahead.
And when he was gone out into the porch, another maid saw him and said unto them that were there, This fellow was also with Jesus of Nazareth. And again he denied with an oath, I do not know the man.
Second time he denied him. Go ahead.
And after a while came unto him they that stood by and said to Peter, Surely thou also art one of them, for thy speech bewrayeth thee.
So they're like, you sound just like one of them Galileans. You got that Galilean accent. Just like if we heard somebody with that Southern accent, like, man, you ain't from LA. You ain't from over here. You got that Southern accent. Go ahead.
Then began he to curse and to swear, saying,
Then began he to what?
To curse and to swear.
Then began he to curse and to swear, and what?
Saying, I know not the man. And immediately the cock crew.
So when he was cursing and swearing, he was not taking no oath. He was not using the Lord's name blasphemously, or he may have in the midst of his cursing, but he was cursing. Imagine some of our people. I don't know what the F you talking about. I don't know that nigga. F y'all. Kiss my you know what. I don't know him. That's what he was doing. He was cursing and swearing. I told you, I don't know that fool. I don't know him. In other words, he began to use intemperate swearing, which the Lord says is sin.
Right.
Not making it up. It's right here in the scriptures. Use not thy mouth to intemperate swearing, for therein is the word of sin. So you can take from it what you want, but we're here to show you that the Lord is telling you, watch out for this kind of man when you're choosing a husband. When you're choosing a leader in Israel to lead you, you need to listen to the words coming out of some of these men's mouths. All right. So let's go to Sirach 27, 11 through 15.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 27 and verse 11. The discourse of a godly man is always with wisdom.
The
But if
discourse of a godly man is always with wisdom. That's why we're telling you, when you choose a husband, choose a godly man, because his discourse, meaning his talk, everything that he does is going to be what? Done with wisdom. Go ahead.
but a fool change it as the moon.
A fool, he's always changing, always contradicting himself. Says one thing 1 minute, the next minute he's saying something else. There's always something foolish coming out of his mouth. Go ahead.
If thou be among the indiscreet, observe the time, but be continually among men of understanding.
And that's why when you see some of us Israelites, whether it be around family members, whether it be around friends or ex-friends, before you came in the truth, you observe the amount of time you spend talking to them, the amount of time you spend on the phone with them, the amount of time you are in their presence, because you know that their mind is not like your mind. Their thoughts are not like your thoughts. Their beliefs are not like your beliefs. And if you are in their presence, or if you talk to them long enough, they're going to start talking about things. They're going to start saying things that you know are without wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Observe the time. It says, when if thou be among the indiscreet, observe the time, but be continually among men of understanding. Because you know that when you're around certain people, there's no understanding coming from them. And you only can stand it for so long. So where at that point you're kind of, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later. And you got to, don't take it personal. Because some of our people do, some of your family members, but we got to remember, Christ already said he came to bring division. Some of your own family members are going to take it personal. Like, oh, Malcolm, every time I talk to them, they never, stay on the phone with me very long, or they don't call me every day. They don't come down and visit me all the time like they used to. They don't show up to the family functions as much as they used to. They don't even come to Thanksgiving no more. They don't even come to Christmas no more. You got to be ready for that. All right. So if thou be among the indiscreet, observe the time, but be continually among men of understanding. Go ahead and read on.
The discourse of fools is irksome.
You hear me say that
And
word all the time, and it's funny that's actually in the Bible.
right.
That I sometimes feel like I'm like the only person in the world that use that word. Sometimes it just irks me, and people look at me funny, like, "What's he talking about?"
Right.
Or I might say, like, man, the one thing that irks them, is to do this, or that, and they just kind of looking like, "What are you talking? What is that word? What is irk? What does that mean?" But it's actually in the Bible. I tripped when I first saw, like, okay, I never even realized I use that word all the time. The discourse of fools is irksome. Go ahead.
And their sport is in the wantonness of sin.
Read
The
on.
talk of him that sweareth much maketh the hair stand it upright, and their
And see, and
brawl
that's
make
how I feel when I'm around people that are constantly using foul language. Every other word coming out of their mouth is curse words. It makes the hair stand up right on the back of my neck, where I'm just like, oh, can't stand it. Just can't take it. It says, the talk of him that sweareth much maketh the hair stand upright. Read on.
and their brawl make one stop his ears.
And their brawls make one stop his ears. It'll make you just want to be like, "Urgh." Go ahead.
The strife.
Oh, say that again. Is it cut out?
Hold on, give me a second. The strife of the proud is bloodshedding, and their Villains are grievous to the ears.
and their revilings are grievous to the ear. So verse
Right.
14 and 15 again, it says, the talk of him that sweareth much maketh the hair stand upright, and their brawls make one stop his ears. The strife of the proud is bloodshedding, and their revilings are grievous to the ear. We're going to look up some of these words that it used. So the first one we're going to look up is brawling. Brawling. What does the word brawling mean? I'm going to share my screen again. Let me know when you can see it.
Okay. It's there. I can see it.
All right. So what are their brawls that make one stop his ears? Fight or quarrel in a rough or noisy way. Fight or quarrel in a rough or noisy way. So the talk of him that sweareth much maketh the hair stand upright. So in other words, there's loud cursing, outlandish speaking person who's loud and noisy, always quarreling, will make your hair stand upright and make you one. Their brawls, meaning their fights, their quarrels, their rough and noisy way of arguing, of quarreling, makes you want to stop your ears. That's what it's talking about. All that cursing and all that. You see it in the hood all the time. The people out there yelling and screaming and cursing and arguing and brawling, and it's in the Bible, and it's a sin. The strife of the proud is bloodshedding, and their revilings are grievous to the ear. Let's look up that other word, revilings. You see, we're not making this stuff up. You see, some of these guys know that a lot of you are too lazy to go look up the meanings of some of these words and to look up some of these scriptures. They know that you're just going to read right over them and have no understanding of them. And when they tell you that there's nothing wrong with cursing, there is no such thing as curse words, they are lying to you. The word revile, revilings, reviled, reviling. Oh, to subject to verbal abuse, to use abusive language. Is not the B word abusive language? The S word, the FU words, are those not abusive language? Let's stop being simple. Let's stop playing games. They're lying to you when they're telling you that the Bible doesn't say nothing about cursing being a sin. Yes, it does. And we've pointed this out on multiple occasions, but who's listening to us?
Right.
Nobody. Who are they? They ain't even got nobody watching them. They've got all of what? 10 or 15 subscribers. They don't know nothing. Don't let the number of subscribers a person has fool you. Just because a person got thousands of subscribers don't mean that they're telling you the truth. Just because they got thousands of subscribers does not mean that they got 100% truth in their organization or in their school or in their teachings, as some are proclaiming. Because some even say that our particular camp is the only one teaching the truth. So it is what it is. So now, who do you need to watch out for? The ungodly man. Let's move to the froward man. I should have just kept the let's look
Sharon.
up the word. Huh?
The Sharon.
Yeah. Should have just kept it on. Let's look up the word froward. Because you want to stay away from this froward man. Also, we've been hearing the word throughout many of these precepts, but do many of our people know what the word actually means? Froward, difficult to deal with, contrary. So this is that person that they're always argumentative. There's no getting through to them. Similar and opposite words of a person difficult to deal with, contrary. They are stubborn. They are headstrong. They are willful. They are unyielding. They are inflexible, unbending, intransigent, intractable. So you want to watch out for this kind of man, that anytime you try and have a conversation with him, ladies, he's always trying to argue with you. He's obdurate. I've never heard of that word. Mullish, pig-headed, bull-headed, self-willed, strong-minded, strong-willed, contrary, perverse, recalcitrant, refractory, uncooperative. Why would you want to deal with an uncooperative man? He's unmanageable, cross-grained, stiff-necked, stiff, rigid, steely, iron-willed, uncompromising. He doesn't know how to compromise. Implacable, relentless, unrelenting, immovable, unshakable, inexorable, persistent, persevering, tenacious, pertinacious, dogged, single-minded, adamant, firm, steadfast, determined, contumacious, contrarious, indolent, stubborn as a mule, unpersuadable, unmalleable. With one toes, he digs in his feet. All right. So that froward person that's difficult to deal with, that froward man, you need to watch out for. Why is that? Let's go to the book of Psalms, chapter 101 and 4. Or Psalms 101 and 4.
The book of Psalms 101 and verse 4. A forward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked person.
A froward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked person. Ladies, you should be saying the same thing when it comes to a man dealing with a man. That's the main thing. One of the main things you should be saying. All right. When I meet a man, a froward heart shall depart from me. I will not know a wicked person. I will not allow myself to know a wicked man. I'm not going to allow a wicked man to come into my life. A froward person is known as a wicked person. Synonymous. Let's go to Proverbs 3 and 32.
Book of Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 32. For the forward is abomination to the Lord, but his secret is with the righteous.
Remember, the Lord hateth all abomination. So he's telling us, for the froward is abomination to the Lord. That man who's hard to deal with, that's an abomination to God. So why would you want that kind of man in your life? You see, your Christian pastors are not going to break down stuff like this to you. That's why you keep choosing the wrong kind of man. And in a lot of cases, that's how you keep ending up in the bed with Pastor so-and-so. Because you don't even understand what a froward man is. You don't know what a wicked man looks like. You don't know what an evil man looks like because pastor has duped you into believing that you don't need to learn the Old Testament. You don't need to go there. Because once you start reading the Old Testament, you start reading about men like him. The man that teaches with his fingers, who is forward in his speech. Talking about a lot of these greedy pastors, these dogs, these greedy dog pastors that the scriptures talk about. Then you will not want to go to church anymore. And he's going to lose out on his money. And not only is he going to lose out on his money, he's going to lose out with having all these dumb, simple women in his church that are willing to lay down with him. But the Lord says, for the froward is abomination to him. Something to think about. So what other kind of man? See, we don't really need to spend that much time on the froward because we've been reading a lot of precepts that talked about the froward already. You need to throw any more in there. But the next kind of man we're going to talk about is the foolish man. The foolish. Let's go to Psalms chapter 5 and verses 4 through 5. Need to watch out for the foolish man.
The book of Proverbs chapter 5 and verse 4. But her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as two-edged sword. Her feet go down to death. Her steps take hold on hell. Oh, hold on.
Read that one more
Psalms.
time. What did I do?
No, I think it was me.
Oh, okay.
It was Psalms 5, 4. The book of Psalms chapter 5 and verse 4. For thou art a God that had pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. The foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity.
So he's telling us, says, for thou art not a God that has pleasure in wickedness, neither shall evil dwell with thee. So dealing with this evil, wicked man is not going to help you get to the kingdom of heaven. It says the foolish shall not stand in thy sight. Thou hatest all workers of iniquity. So, in other words, the Lord hates the foolish man because the foolish man is a worker of iniquity. In fact, grab Proverbs 24 and 9 real quick. I don't know why I didn't put this in here. I should have put this precept in there.
In the book of Proverbs chapter 24 and verse 9. That thou of foolishness.
Read it again.
The thought of foolishness is sin, and the scorner is an abomination to men.
So the Lord is telling you that even the thought of foolishness is sin. The thought of foolishness itself is sin. So you need to be aware of this foolish man, this worker of iniquity. Stay away from him. Go to Proverbs 14 and 3.
The book of Proverbs chapter 14 and verse 3. In the mouth of the foolish is a rod of pride, but the lips of the wise shall preserve them.
So in the mouth of the foolish is a rod of pride. The foolish man is a prideful man, and we know what the scriptures say about pride. Pride is when one departed from his God. So you need to watch out for that foolish man. Go to Sirach 33 and 5.
The book of Ecclesiasticus chapter 33 and verse 5. The heart of the foolish is like a cartwheel, and his thoughts are like a rolling axle tree.
So the heart of the foolish is like a cartwheel. What does that mean? His thoughts are just going round and round and round in a circle. His thoughts are everywhere. His thoughts are like a rolling axle tree. What is you chop down a tree and the tree falls and rolls down the hill. Can you control that tree? You know, no one and nothing has control of that tree rolling down that hill. That's how his thoughts are. He can't control his thoughts. He can't control himself. His thoughts are just rolling, just roll along. There's no control in it. That's why it says the heart, meaning the fine of the foolish, is like a cartwheel. What does a cartwheel do? It just rolls along. There's no stopping it. Let's go to Psalms 14:1.
The book of Psalms, chapter 14 and verse 1. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good.
The fool had said in his heart, there is no God. This is that ungodly, wicked, evil, wretched man that does not believe in God. Why would you want to bring that kind of man into your life? They have no kind of moral compass whatsoever. None. The fool had said in his heart, there is no God. And then he tells you the attributes of this kind of man. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. Psalms 14:1 actually brings us to the next kind of man to stay away from. The non-believer. The man that don't believe in God whatsoever. The so-called atheist. Let's go to Hebrews 3:12-13. See, we're bringing out all these different attributes, the kind of man you need to stay away from when you go to choose a husband. See, a lot of our women didn't realize that this is a long list. There's a lot of work and thought that should be going into the kind of man you should be choosing. You don't know that because nobody's taught you, and it's not your fault. Go ahead.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 3 and verse 12. Take heed, brethren, lest there be in any of you an evil heart of unbelief.
An evil heart of unbelief. God tells you that a person that's got unbelief or they don't believe, they have an evil heart. They have an evil mind. Go ahead.
In departing from the living God. But exhort one another daily while it is called today, lest any of you be hardened through the deceitfulness of sin.
Lest any of you be hardened through the deceitfulness of sin. But exhort one another daily while it is called today. We are supposed to exhort one another every day while it is called today. But you got to watch out for that man that's got the evil heart of unbelief dwelling in him. Let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 7 and verses 1-16.
The book of 1 Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 1. It says, Now, concerning the things whereof ye wrote unto me, it is good for a man not to touch a woman. Nevertheless, to avoid fornication, let every man have his own wife, and let every woman have her own husband.
It doesn't say let every man have his own wives, plural.
Right.
It says let every man have his own wife, singular. And let every woman have her own husband, not husbands, plural, but husband, singular. Go ahead.
Let the husband render unto the wife due benevolence, and likewise also the wife unto the husband. The wife had not power over her own body, but the husband. And likewise also the husband had not power over his own body, but the wife. Defraud ye not one the other, except it be with consent for a time, that ye may give yourselves to fasting and prayer, and come together again, that Satan tempted you not for your incontinency.
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 There you go. Go ahead.
But I speak this by the permission and not of commandment. For I would that all men were even as I myself, but every man had his proper gift of God. One after this manner, and another after that.
Because remember, Apostle Paul was not married. He didn't have a woman. He didn't deal with a woman in his life because he was totally 100% doing the will of the Most High and doing the work of the Lord. So he didn't take up the time to deal with the woman. But you could read in the scriptures that even he talked about how he was burning. He was tempted at times with all kinds of concupiscent thoughts in his mind, because that's what's going to happen in the flesh. You're going to get tempted, but it's how you handle that temptation, like he did. And he warned us about that. But he's saying, for I would that all men were even as myself. He's saying, well, it would be good for a man not to touch a woman, because you would what? You would 100% dedicate your time to the work of the Lord. But he knows realistically, not every man can do that. That's why he says, but every man hath his proper gift of God, one after this manner and another after that. Not every man is going to be able to give up women and give up fulfilling the lust of the body to 100% focus on doing the work of the Most High. Go ahead and read on.
I say therefore to the unmarried and widows, it is good for them if they abide even as I.
So he's saying even for the women, it would be good for them to abide even the way he does, not having a man in their life. But go ahead.
But if they cannot contain, let them marry, for it is better to marry than to burn.
But if they cannot contain, talking about both the men and the women, if you cannot contain yourself by trying to be celibate, get married.
Right.
It is better for you to marry than to burn and give into temptation and go out there and be promiscuous, is what he's saying. Go ahead and read.
And unto the married I command, yet not I, but the Lord, let not the wife depart from her husband.
So he's giving maritable advice or marriage advice. Let not the wife depart from her husband. Read.
And if she depart, let her remain unmarried, or be reconciled to her husband, and let not the husband put away his wife.
So the only way she can do this, that if she does get mad for whatever reason and she leaves, she's got to stay unmarried. So when you women decide you want to leave your husbands, you're supposed to stay unmarried. You only have one choice, either to stay unmarried or go be reconciled to your husband. What is the only exception? Christ is the one that told us the only exception to this law is in the case of what? Infidelity, adultery. That's the only way that you could 100% leave your husband and be married and go and be married to another, is in the event of adultery. Or if your husband dies and passes away. All right, go ahead and read on.
But to the rest speak I, not the Lord. If any brother had a wife that believeth not, and she be pleased to dwell with him, let him not put her away. And the woman which hath an husband that believeth not, and if he be pleased to dwell with her, let her not leave him. For the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife, and the unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband. Else were your children unclean, but now are they holy. But if the unbelieving depart, let him depart. A brother or a sister is not under bondage in such cases, but God had called us to peace. For what knowest thou, O wife, whether thou shalt save thy husband, or how knowest thou, O man, whether thou shalt save thy wife? Yes.
All right. So real quick, just to prove what I said a second ago, let's go to Mark 10 in verses 5 through 12.
The book of Mark, chapter 10, and verses 5. And Jesus answered and said unto them, For the hardness of your hearts he wrote you this precept. But from the beginning of the creation God made male and female. For this cause shall a man leave his father and mother and cleave to his wife. And they twain shall be one flesh. So then they are no more twain, but one flesh.
Keep going, going to read down to verse 12.
What therefore God had joined together, let no man put asunder. And in the house his disciple asked him again of the same matter. And he said unto them, Whosoever shall put away his wife and marry another, committeth adultery against her. And if a woman shall put away her husband and be married to another, she committed adultery.
So it goes both ways. The man can't put away the wife for any reason and go marry another. Otherwise, he commits adultery. And it's likewise for the woman. She cannot put away her husband and go be married to another. Otherwise, she commits adultery. But let's expound on it a little more. Go to Matthew 5 and 31 through 32. Because he tells you the only exception, which goes not just, see, they say it's only for the man, but no, Mark 10 and 5 through 12 is showing you that it's the same for the man and the same for the woman. That's why you got to read every account.
The book of Matthew, chapter 5 and verse 31. It had been said, Whosoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorce, of divorcement. But I say unto you, that whosoever shall put away his wife, saying for the cause of fornication.
No, not saying, saving for the cause.
Saving, yes. But I say unto you that
saving means except for the cause of what?
For the cause of fornication. Causes her to commit adultery, and whosoever shall marry her that is divorced committeth adultery.
So the only exception is in the case of fornication. If the wife commits fornication, she can be put away. The husband could put her away. If the husband commits fornication, the wife could put the husband away. See, they don't want to tell you this in some of these camps. They make it like they can commit as much fornication, they can have as many wives as they want, and the wife just have to sit there and take it. She can't leave. All right. Grab Romans 7.
Okay.
Yeah, Romans 7, and start at verse 1 and read through 3.
Okay. You didn't change the screen.
No, because these weren't in the lesson that I'm reading out. That's why, yeah.
Okay, makes sense. The book of Romans, chapter 7 and verse 1. Know ye not, brethren, for I speak to them that know the law, who that the law had dominion over a man as long as he liveth.
How that if the law had dominion over man as long as he liveth? Go ahead.
For the woman which had an husband is bound by the law to her husband, so long as he liveth. But if the husband be dead, she is loose from the law of her husband.
So she's been married to this man all her life, and then all of a sudden the man passes away. She's loose from that bond. So she can go and marry another one. Go ahead.
So then, if, while her husband liveth, she be married to another man, she shall be called an adulteress. But if her husband be dead, she is free from that law, so that she is no adulteress, though she be married to another man.
So she is, as long as he lives and she goes and marries another man, she's in the midst of adultery. But if the husband passes away and she marries another man, she's free from that law. She's not in sin. She's not in the midst of adultery. The only exception to that rule or that law, if her husband is alive and she marries another man, that only could happen in the event that if the husband committed fornication, commits adultery. That's the only other way. But they're not telling you this in these Israelite camps that believe in multiple wives, because they want you to be dumb and think that they can have as many wives as they want, that a man can't commit fornication or break wedlock, which is not true. All right. Where were we at? At 1 Corinthians 7?
Yes. 1 Corinthians
But if
7.
they cannot contain, where were we at? Like verse 8?
Right. 1 Corinthians 7. Like, the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 7 and verse 8. I say therefore to the unmarried and widows, it is good for them if they abide even as I. But if they cannot contain, let them marry, for it is better to marry than to burn. And unto the married I command, yet not I, but the Lord, let not the wife depart from her husband. But and if she depart, let her remain unmarried, or be reconciled to her husband, and let not the husband put away his wife.
Except in what? Christ told us, in situation of fornication. All right. That's the only way they could leave the husband and go and be with someone else, unless he dies. Those are only two. All right. Go ahead.
But to the rest speak I, not the Lord. If any brother had a wife that believeth not, and she be pleased to dwell with him, let him not put her away.
So just because a man, he's strong in the truth and his wife doesn't believe, you can't put her away just because she don't believe. If she's, pleased to dwell with him. In other words, she's like, you know what? I know he's getting caught up in this Israelite stuff. I don't want to have nothing to do with it. But you know what? I love him. Let him be. And, don't put her away. You can't put her away. She's pleased to dwell with you. She's gonna, support in what you do, but she don't believe herself. Go ahead and read on.
And the woman which had an husband that believeth not, and if he be pleased to dwell with her, let her not leave him.
So it's the same thing with the woman. She comes into the truth. She's believing, but her husband don't want to believe. She can't leave him. But in some of these camps, some of them are breaking this commandment. That they're telling the one, well, you know what? If your husband don't believe, he can't come here. You got to leave him. You got to divorce him and marry one of our brothers. There are camps doing that, which is breaking the commandments, which is sin, which is unlawful, because that's not what it says. That just because she comes to your camp and her husband's not willing to come to your camp does not mean you can tell this woman to divorce her husband and she's got to marry somebody from your camp. That's not in the scriptures. Am I not seeing it happen? Are we not seeing it happen? It's happening. Camps are doing this. But that's not what we're reading here. That if she believes she wants to come to your camp, her husband want to stay home, there's nothing you can do about it.
Nope.
You better take it up with God. But some of these camp, like I said, some of these camp leaders with these big egos, nah, they're gonna disregard what the scripture says and do what they want to do. Well, you ain't coming up in here. You ain't coming to our camp. Leaving your husband at home and coming here. No, you ain't coming to our camp. You need to leave him and marry one of our, and in a lot of cases, it means marry one of our leaders in our camp. All right. So we'll leave that alone for now and go ahead and read on.
It says, for the unbelieving husband is sanctified by the wife, and the unbelieving wife is sanctified by the husband. Else were your children unclean, but now are the holy. But if the unbelieving depart, let him depart. A brother or sister is not under bondage in such cases, but God had called us to peace. For what knowest thou, O wife, whether thou shalt save thy husband, or knowest thou, O man, whether thou shalt save thy wife?
All right. So if they're just adamant that, you know what, I can't bear this. I don't want to be hearing about this Israelite stuff. I'm sick and tired of you talking about it. I'm out of here. I'm leaving. The Lord's like, you know what? If they want to leave, let them go. In that situation, okay. No need in staying here arguing with you every day, fighting every day. Peace. See ya. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. That's why it says, but if the unbelieving depart, let him depart. A brother or a sister is not under bondage in such cases, but God had called us to peace. Have peace in your household. And if that unbelieving person don't want to be there, they don't want to dwell there, they want to argue and fight over the truth, over the scriptures, let them be, let them go. All right, let's go to the book of Proverbs, chapter 4 and verse 7. And actually going to read verses 7 through 9.
Okay. The book of Proverbs, chapter 4 and verse 7.
14.
Wisdom is the
14.
Okay. 14. The book of Proverbs, chapter 14 and verse 7. Go from the presence of a foolish man, when thou perceivest not in him the lips of knowledge. The wisdom of the prudent is to understand his ways, but the folly of fools is deceit. Fools make a mock at sin, but among the righteous there is favor.
So the scriptures is telling you women, telling all of us, really men and women, but we're dealing with the women in finding a husband. Go from the presence of a foolish man. Can't be any more clear. When you run into this man and it says, when thou perceivest not in him the lips of knowledge, the moment you hear it come out of the mouth that this man don't keep the commandments, don't believe in the commandments, don't want nothing to do with the commandments and the law of the Lord, you need to go from the presence of him. Go from the presence of a foolish man when thou perceivest not in him the lips of knowledge. Nothing that comes out of his mouth is of the knowledge of the Lord. The wisdom of the prudent is to understand his way, but the folly of fools is deceit. All he's doing is speaking lies to you. Fools make a mock at sin, but among the righteous there is favor. All right, let's go to the book of Proverbs, chapter 15 and verse 20.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 15 and verse 20. A wise son maketh glad father, but a foolish man despiseth his mother.
A foolish man despiseth his mother. That's why you got to listen to the things that comes out of a man's mouth. What exactly does he say? What kind of things does he say about his mom? Because you can meet a man and he could say all kinds of vile things about his mother, have all kind of hatred and contempt towards his mother. Now, granted, in the time that we're living in today, there are a lot of mothers out there that can neglect their children, and the children can grow up and have a lot of animosity towards their mother. But even so, you still got to watch the things you say about her. And you got to listen to the things that a man says about his mom. Does he hold and harbor a lot of hatred and resentment towards her? To the point to where you know, like, F her. I can't stand that. You know what? If that kind of stuff is coming out of his mouth, then you need to, like, you know what? I can't be around you. All right. You got to know the difference between righteous contempt and him just straight out having hatred towards her. All right. Let's go to Sirach 4:27.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 4 and verse 27. Make not thyself an underling to a foolish man, neither accept the person of the mighty.
So make not thyself an underling to a foolish man. Remember earlier in the lesson last week, we had said and showed you in the scriptures that your husband is going to be your counselor. He's the man that's going to be leading you, that's going to be head over you, that's going to be making decisions, leading the household. But why would you make yourself an underling to a foolish man? When you hear the foolishness coming from the lips of a foolish man, you should be wanting to get away from him. You should not be wanting to make yourself an underling to him, a student of his. Let's go to Sirach 16:23.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 16 and verse 23. He that wanteth understanding will think upon vain things, and a foolish man erring imagineth foolishness.
Follies. A foolish man erring imagineth follies. So you got to, again, be aware of this foolish man, because they err in their ways. And their imagination is what? On foolishness and folly. All right. So stay away from the foolish man. The next man we're going to deal with is the liar. All right. So we're bringing out a lot of different characteristics that you women need to look out for. So now we're going to deal with the liar. Let's go to Proverbs 17:4.
In the book of Proverbs, chapter 17 and verse 4. A wicked doer giveth heed to false lips, and a liar giveth ear to a naughty tongue.
So this is heavy, because when you women come upon these men, you know they be lying to you, but you still listen. So the Lord is telling you, what does that say about you? If you're willing to listen to false lips and give heed to it and give in to it, he's saying you yourself are a wicked doer. A wicked doer giveth heed to false lips. So if you're willing to sit there, and take in his lies, all because, you know what? I know he lying to me, but he looked good though. That's all good. That's fine. I'll let him tell his lies. That's what a lot of these women do. But they don't realize that by them doing that, they're showing themselves to be wicked doers themselves. And that they themselves are also liars. And a liar giveth ear to a naughty tongue. That's what this is telling you. You give heed to false lips. You giveth your ear to a naughty tongue. He's telling you that you yourself are a wicked doer and a liar. Let's go to Sirach 20 and 26.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 20 and verse 26. The disposition of a liar is dishonorable, and his shame is ever with him.
Straightforward. The disposition of a liar is dishonorable, and his shame is ever with him. Why would you want to bring a liar into your life? Let's go to Sirach 25:2.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 25 and verse 2. Three sorts of men, my soul.
Actually, start at verse 1.
Verse 1. Ecclesiastes, chapter 25 and verse 1. In three things I was beautified and stood up beautiful both before God and men. The unity of brethren, the love of neighbors, a man and a wife that agree together.
And a man and a wife that agree together. A man and a wife that agree together. If you want peace in your house, you need to find you a husband. You need to find you a man where both of you, your minds are on the same page. Your thoughts are on the same page. Your goals are on the same page. Everything between you two is the same. You agree together in everything. Because if you don't agree on finances, there's going to be arguments. You don't agree on how to raise kids, there's going to be arguments. You don't agree on how to clean the house, there's going to be arguments. You don't agree on how to even wash the dishes, there's going to be arguments. You don't agree on how to cook or what to cook or what to eat or how to eat, there's going to be arguments. You don't agree on how the wife should dress, there's going to be arguments. There are a litany of things, a multitude of things that if you don't agree with each other on them, it's going to cause problems. You don't agree on how to pay the bills, it's going to be problems. You don't agree on where to live, there's going to be problems. He wants to move back to Kentucky to live with his family, but you want to move to LA to be with closer to your family. There's going to be problems. So the Lord says that there are three things where he was beautified: the unity of brethren, the love of neighbors, a man and a wife that agree together. But he says three sorts of men, my soul hated. Did you read verse 2?
No.
All right, we go ahead and read verse 2.
Three sorts of men my soul hated, and I am greatly offended at their life: a poor man that is proud, a rich man that is a liar, and an old adulterer that doted.
So we read this earlier: a rich man that is a liar. The Lord hates a rich man that is a liar. And a lot of these women, that's what they want. They want that rich man. But in most cases, he's going to be lying to them. He's not telling them that he's got a woman here, a woman there, a woman over there, kids over here, kids over there. The Most High can't stand that. All right, let's go to Sirach chapter 7 and verses 12 through 13.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 7 and verse 12. Devise not a lie against thy brother, neither do the like to thy friend. Use not to make any manner of lie, for the custom thereof is not good.
For the custom thereof is not good. The custom of lying, the Lord is telling you, is not good. So you need to be aware of that liar, the man that's accustomed to lying. Let's go to Sirach 20 and 24 through 26.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 20 and verse 24. A lie is a foul blot in a man, yet it is continually in the mouth of the untaught.
Yet it is continually in the mouth of the untaught. That's why you need to be retaught again when you come into this truth. Go ahead.
A thief is better than a man that is accustomed to lie, but they both shall have destruction to heritage. The disposition of a liar is dishonorable, and his shame is ever with him.
So at first we only read Sirach 20 and 26, but now we've gone on and added verses 24 and 25. So you get more of an understanding of what it's talking about when it's talking about the lie or the liar. All right, let's go to Psalms 31 and 18.
The book of Psalms, chapter 31 and verse 18. Let the lying lips be put to silence, which speak grievous things proudly and contemptuously against the righteousness.
Let the lying lips be put to silence, which speak grievous things proudly and contemptuously against the righteous. Let's go to Psalms 52 and 3 through 4.
The book of Psalms, chapter 52 and verse 3. Thou lovest evil more than good, and lying rather than to speak righteousness. A lot. Thou lovest all devouring words, O thou deceitful tongue.
So you got to be aware of this man. Watch out for that man that loves evil more than good. Watch out for the man who loves lying rather to speak righteousness. Watch out for the man who loves all devouring words. He has a deceitful tongue. He loves every word that can be used against you to devour you, or in other words, to demean you. All right, let's go to Proverbs 12 and 22. Actually, yeah, I don't know how I missed that. Go to Proverbs 12 and 22.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 12 and verse 22. Lying lips are abomination to the Lord, but they that deal truly are his delight.
Lying lips are abomination to the Lord. So we've read several times already things that are abominations to the Lord. And adding on to that list of abominations are lying lips. God doesn't like it. Let's go to Proverbs 13 and 5.
Book of Proverbs, chapter 13 and verse 5. A righteous man hateth lying, but a wicked man is loathsome and cometh to shame. Loathsome.
All right, so a righteous man hateth lying. So what should you be looking for? A liar or a righteous man? Because the scripture just told you a righteous man hateth lying. So you need to look for that righteous man that hates lying to the point to where he's not going to be lying to you. All right, let's go to Proverbs 26 and 28. You're not going to have to worry about that man when he has to work late and he comes home and he's like, oh, baby, I had to work late tonight. You can trust him because you know he's not going to lie to you. He's not lying to you. Wherefore, with the liar, every time he's late coming, you got to wonder, like, okay, was he really late or was he somewhere else that he shouldn't have been? That's the difference. One can be trusted, the other can't be. All right, let's go ahead.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 26 and verse 28. A lying tongue hateth those that are afflicted by it, and a flattering mouth worketh ruin.
A lying tongue hateth those that are afflicted by it, because that person hates you if they're willing to lie to you. They don't love you. They don't have love for you. And a flattering mouth worketh ruin. Watch out for that man when he meets him. He's full of flattery. The words coming out of his mouth is just poured out to flatter you about how good you look, how good you smell, how you sound, how you walk, everything. Oh man, you just bad. You know, they always got just sweet nothings coming out of their mouth. And the women, they just fall for it. And then they find out when it's too late. Let's go to Psalms 36 and 1 through 4.
The book of Psalms, chapter 36 and verse 1. The transgression of the wicked saith within my heart, that there is no fear of God before his eyes. But for he flattereth himself in his own eyes, until his iniquity be found to be hateful.
For he flattereth himself in his own eyes, until his iniquity be found to be hateful. Go ahead.
The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He had left off to be wise and to do good. He devised mischief upon his bed. He said it himself in a way that it is not good. He abhorreth not evil.
So this is telling you a lot about this man. The words of his mouth are iniquity and deceit. He hath left off to be wise. In other words, he don't care about wisdom. He don't want to be a wise man. He don't want to do good. When he's sitting in his bed at night and he's thinking, everything he's thinking about is all the wicked mischief he's going to cause the next day. What am I going to get into tomorrow? Oh yeah, you know what? I'm gonna make sure I'll be out there early on that corner, try and sell as many drugs as I can. And then after that, oh yeah, so-and-so owe me some money. I'm gonna go knock on their door and make sure they give me that money. And if they ain't got my money, man, I'm gonna knock them out. And then, you know what, so-and-so too. Everything they're thinking about is about wickedness. Mm-hmm. All right, let's go to Proverbs 20 and 19.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 20 and verse 19. He that goeth about as a talebearer revealeth secrets. Therefore, meddle not with him that flattereth with his lips.
So we talked about that earlier about some of our men. They love being talebearers. They love going up and through Israel, talebearing and sowing discord among brethren in bodies of camps or in the Israelite community. You better watch out for this kind of man, this kind of person, especially the one that flatters with his lips. The scriptures are telling you, meddle not with him that flatters with his lips. You got to be aware of that, because sometimes people are speaking flattery to you, but it's usually in disguising their contempt for you. It's disguising their envy of you. It's disguising their jealousy of you. It's covering up their hatred for you. It's disguising it, but they're speaking flattery to you. Oh, you know what? You look very nice. Like that dress you got on. Yeah, you look very, very nice in that dress. I like them shoes too. Wow, your shoes look nice. Oh, I like the way you did your hair. Your hair looks nice. Yeah, your makeup, the way you did your makeup, it looks real nice. But in their mind, they're looking like, man, that dress is tight and fitting just the way I like it. She looked like a HOE, but you know what? I ain't gonna matter after the night. After I hit it, I'm gonna quit it. I'm gonna be gone anyway. Just letting him know what kind of person, what kind of woman you are, that he could just take advantage of. But he's talking that flatter. Oh, that dress looks nice on you. Looks real nice. Yeah, your hair looks nice too, man. It's probably a wig. It's what he's thinking in his mind. But it don't matter. If it is or not, I ain't marrying it. I ain't gonna be stuck with it. So you got to be aware that some of these men are gonna speak flattery, but in their mind they're thinking wickedness and evil. So that's why the scriptures tell you, therefore, meddle not with him that flattereth with his lips. And don't tell him anything personal, because that's what it's taught at the beginning. He that goeth about as a talebearer revealeth secrets. You don't even know this man, but you're telling him all your deepest, darkest secrets from your childhood. How so and so did this to you, so and so did that to you. You had a rough childhood because this and that happened to you. And he's just sitting back going, okay, all right, all right. And he's going to flatter you with the mouth. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that happen to you. Man, I feel I would just wish I could just do something for you, do something about it for you. He's going to speak the sweet nothings. But then as soon as opportunity arises, he's going to throw it right in your face. Well, that's why you because your did this to you. You got to be aware of that. Be careful of that. Don't meddle with that kind of person. All right. So don't mess with the liar, because he sure will lie to you about anything and everything. So we're going to move on. It's the other kind of man to stay away from. We just got done talking about the liar. The next one is the lazy man. The lazy man. You know, the scrub that TLC tried to warn you about back in the day. You see, if women paid attention to the music from back then to the music to today, some of our sisters was trying to warn some of our sisters about these kind of men. What was that song by TLC? No, don't want no scrubs. They tried to warn you about that kind of man. But then they put other songs out that made you gravitate towards the scrub, that made you want the soldier, that made you want the gangbanger, the gang member, the lazy man that don't want to work, the lazy man that got baby mamas everywhere, but he don't want to take care of none of his kids. He don't want to do anything for any of his kids. He don't want to even be there for his kids. What did it say? A scrub is a man that thinks he's fine, also known as a buster. Always talking about what he wants, but sit on his broke, you know what? And then it says, no, I don't want your number. No, I don't want to give you mine. No, I don't want to meet you nowhere. No, I don't want none of your time. No, I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a man that can't get no love from me. Sitting on the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I know the women should remember that song. But there are other songs that have come along that kind of made women disregard that knowledge that they were trying to speak to you, to stay away from those kind of men, stay away from that scrub, because he's going to lead you nowhere. So that's what the scriptures have been trying to tell you from the beginning. Stay away from that lazy man. Let's go to Proverbs 6:6-11.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 6 and verse 6. Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways and be wise, which having no guide, overseer, or ruler, provided her meat in the summer, and gathered her food in the harvest. How long wilt thou sleep, O sluggard? When wilt thou arise out of thy sleep? Yet a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep. So shall the poverty come as one that travaileth, and thy want as an armed man.
So he's comparing us to an ant. He's telling you to look at the ant. Don't you see how the ants, they're constantly working nonstop? It says, go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways and be wise. Consider the way of an ant. They don't have no guide, they got no overseer, they got no ruler, but still provided her meat in the summer and gathered her food in the harvest. Non-stop work. How long wilt thou sleep, O sluggard? Watch out for that man. He stayed out all night, and then it's 1 and 2 in the afternoon, and he's still in the room asleep. Not that he was out working all night, and that's the reason he's sleeping. No, he was out partying, he was out drinking, he was out smoking weed with his homies all night. He ain't got no job. And then it's 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he's still asleep. The phone rings, he's answering the phone saying, what you want? I'm asleep. How long wilt thou sleep, O sluggard? When wilt thou arise out of thy sleep? Yet a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep. So shall thy poverty come as one that traveleth, and thy want as an armed man. You're not going to get anywhere in life being lazy, being a sluggard. In fact, let's look up that word sluggard. What exactly is a sluggard according to the scriptures? Sluggard meaning. Let me share the screen again. They should make this a lot more simple, where all you got to do is just make one click and it shares your screen instead of having to go through all these multiple screens and clicking on this, clicking on that one. And then, you know what I mean? It takes too long. Let me know when you can see it.
It's coming up. And there it is.
All right. The word sluggard, a lazy, sluggish person. So that's what a sluggard is: an idler, loafer, good for nothing, wastrel, drone, scrounger, ne'er-do-well, do nothing, a layabout, a slob, lounger, shirker, laggard, slug-a-bed. Never heard of slug-a-bed.
No.
Malinger, rogue, rascal, scoundrel, a villain. So watch out for these lazy sluggards that don't want to do anything. They don't want to work. Let's go to Proverbs 13:4.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 13 and verse 4. The soul of the sluggard desireth and had nothing, but the soul of the delight shall be made fat.
The soul of the diligent shall be made fat. So the soul of the sluggard desireth and hath nothing. That's that man TOC was talking about. That man is always talking about what he wants, but he sit on his broke you know what. The soul of the sluggard desireth and hath nothing. He desires to have stuff. He talks about the stuff he wants to get. He talks about the thing. He brags about what he's going to get, about what he's going to do, but he won't do anything about it. So therefore, he has nothing. That's what that's talking about. So TLC was on the right track with that one. Let's go to Proverbs 20:4.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 20 and verse 4. The sluggard will not plow by season of the cloud.
By reason of the cold.
Even worse. The sluggard will not plow by reason of the cold. Therefore shall he beg in harvest and have nothing.
So the sluggard, in other words, the lazy man, always have an excuse to not go to work. There's always something wrong. It's too cold outside. My legs hurt. My back hurt. I have a headache. I don't feel good. I don't feel like going in today. The sluggard will not plow by reason of the cold. Therefore shall he beg and harvest and have nothing. That's going to be that man that when winter is come, he hasn't done nothing during summer. He hasn't worked, hasn't done anything. And then while he's watching everybody else eating, he's going to be begging. You see, that's why Christianity has given our people a false understanding
Right.
of the scriptures. That people, you know, and I used to do that too. You think you're being righteous by helping the homeless, giving a homeless person 5, 10, 20 bucks. You think you're being righteous. But the scriptures tell us not to lead a beggar's life. Let me see. Not coming up. Go to Sirach 40 and 28.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 40 and verse 28. My son, lead not a beggar's life, for better it is to die than to beg.
My son, lead not a beggar's life, for better it is to die than to beg. Watch out for that man that's always begging, always asking his woman for money all the time because he don't want to work. He don't want to do anything. Read verse 29.
Verse 29. The life of him that departeth on another man's
Read it again.
The life of him that dependeth on another man's table is not to be counted for a life, for he polluted himself with other men's meat. But a wise man will beware thereof.
So but a wise man well nurtured will beware thereof. So the scriptures tell us don't live or don't lead a beggar's life. It's better to die than to beg. It says the life of him that dependeth on another man's table is not to be counted for a life, for he polluted himself with other men's meat. Don't be out there on the street corners begging. That's not the life that the Most High set up for us. Go to verse 30.
Verse 30. Begging is sweet in the mouth of the shameless, but in his belly there shall burn a fire.
The kind of person that's willing to go out there and stand on the corners and beg for food, beg for money, is a shameless person. Because I always wonder that sometimes, you know, like, man, if it ever happened to me, I was in that position where I was homeless, I would be trying to hide from people. I wouldn't be one to set up my tent where everybody can see me, standing out there, you know, just dirty and looking all broke down and messed up. And for everyone I'd be trying to go to the most inconspicuous place I could find where nobody can see me.
Right.
People drive, oh, there's so-and-so, he out here homeless. I didn't know. I'd have, you know,
Embarrassed.
be embarrassed, have too much shame. But not with a lot of the people today. They're right out there in front of your face. They want to put their tents up right there for everybody to see. That's what he's talking about. Begging is sweet in the mouth of the shameless. And a lot of times, especially like the ones you see standing on the corner with the signs, those are usually groups. It's a group of people that's got a leader. They're criminal elements, criminal groups that they send these people out on the corners. They beg for money. Some of them are making $300, $400, $500, $600 a day standing out there begging.
Right.
And then they come back to the leader, give the leader his share. He takes the majority of it. They get their cut. And it's a big scam. And we get, you got to be aware of that. But our people don't understand that because they don't read the scriptures. They think that just because they handed somebody $5 on the streets, today or yesterday or last week, that they did something godly, that they did the work of the Lord. But in reality, the Lord tells us not to help that kind of person. Go to Sirach 12:1, and we're going to read through verse 7.
All right. The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 12 and verse 1. When thou wilt do good, know to whom thou doest it, so shall thou be thanked for thy benefit.
So number one, when you want to do good for somebody, you need to know who it is you're doing good for. Handing some stranger $20 on the streets goes against that already. Go ahead.
Do good to the goodly man,
Go
and
read
thou
that
shalt
again.
do good to the godly man. I always do that, right?
Yeah.
Do good to the godly man, and thou shalt find a recompense, and if not from him, yet from the Most High.
He says, do good to the godly man. We're not supposed to be going around handing money to these ungodly, disrespectful, hateful people that you run into on the streets. How many times have, a homeless person come up and they ask for money, like, we're not out here handing out money, but we will feed you with the word of the Lord, though. And they curse us out. I don't want to hear that Bible. I don't need that book. I just wanted some food, or I just wanted some money. You're like, the food we're trying to feed you with is more, you know what I mean? This is more powerful. This is, how could I put it? This is more valuable than your necessary food, as the scriptures puts it.
Right. And
they will curse you out and then walk away. And then you're thinking, that's why I didn't give you any. That's why I didn't help you. That's exactly what this is telling us about, to be aware and be careful of helping that kind of person, that they don't appreciate it. They're very non-appreciative. They'll put a knife in your back in a heartbeat, put a knife to your throat in a heartbeat, and rob you. Why would you want to help that person? Go ahead and read, though.
There can no good come to him that is always occupied in evil, nor to him that giveth no alms.
There is no good come to him that is always occupied in evil. The majority of some of them on the streets, that all they're thinking about is buying some alcohol, buying some drugs. They're not thinking about serving God. They're not asking you for money so that they could really go and buy food in most cases. Some of them end up with food because in some ways there's some that are smart enough to say, well, you know what? I'm not going to give you money, but I'll go buy you some food. And they'll, they're not going to turn it down. Of course, they'll be like, okay, in that case, okay, I'll take the food. That's fine. Because they know some other sucker is going to come along and give them the money so they can go buy their drugs. At least
Right.
their belly is full for now. So then the next person come along and give them the money so they can buy the dope they want. But go ahead, though.
Give to the godly man and help not a sinner.
Read that again.
Give to the godly man and not help and help not a sinner.
The Bible is very specific, and it tells us, give to the godly man and help not a sinner. So you shouldn't feel bad when you have that friend, that family member, or even that stranger that could care nothing about the word of God, and they ask you for help and you say no. You don't have to give no explanation, because in your mind, in your heart that you don't care nothing about God. I tried to talk to you and give you good advice and go through the scriptures with you, and you don't want to hear it. So no, I'm not going to help you. You don't have to feel bad for that, because the scripture is telling you not to help them. Go ahead and read on.
Do well unto him that is lowly, but give not to the ungodly.
Give not to the ungodly. Read on.
Hold back thy bread and give it not unto him, lest
Hold
he
back thy bread and give it not unto him. You ain't got to give him no food. If he's not out there doing what he's supposed to be doing so that he could feed himself, God is telling you, don't even deal with that man. He brought that on himself.
Right.
Go ahead.
lest he overmaster
Thee.
lest he overmaster thee thereby, for else thou shalt receive twice as much evil for all the good thou shalt have done unto him.
He's going to do none but evil. You might pull out that money to hand it to him, and he sees all that money in your wallet and pull a knife out and rob you. Lest he overmaster thee thereby, for else thou shalt receive twice as much evil for all the good thou shalt have done unto him. He asks you for some money, and you think, I don't have any money on me. And then he curse you out and walk off. Like, you know what? That's why I'm not helping you. Just because I couldn't give you money, you're going to curse me out? Or in some cases, they may even assault you for not wanting to help them. That's what he's warning you about. Go ahead and read on.
For the Most High hated sinners and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly.
So God is telling you, I hate sinners. And if those sinners sin so much to the point to where they've caused themselves to end up there destitute on the streets, then so be it. They brought it on themselves. God says he hates them. Go ahead.
Keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishment.
For the Most High hated sinners and will repay vengeance unto the ungodly, and keepeth them against the mighty day of their punishment. They're going to get punished by God for what they do and the things that they did. Now, mind you, there are a few people out there that it was not under their control that they ended up on the streets. There are some people out there that had high-paying executive positions, and all of a sudden lost their jobs and found themselves broke and, and not able to pay their bills and ended up homeless.
Right.
So in some cases, there's very few, but there are some cases out there where it happened by circumstance. But there are a lot of them out there, the majority of them out there, that they brought it on themselves because they didn't want to follow the rules of society. These are the ones that when they were in school, they didn't want to listen to the teachers. They didn't care about getting an education. All they wanted to do was party. They wanted to have a good time. And then if they graduated high school, that party didn't end. They wanted to continue partying. They wanted to continue living that lifestyle. Nobody couldn't tell them nothing. They were what? Disrespectful. They were rebellious. The teachers couldn't tell them. The principals couldn't tell them. Their parents couldn't tell them. They started doing drugs. They wanted to drink. They didn't want to work. Parents tell them, you know what, get up, go look for a job. They didn't want to get a job. Go to school and get your education. They didn't want to get an education. They didn't care. And then all of a sudden, they do things that get themselves arrested. They go to jail. What do they do in jail? They don't turn their lives around. They do more wickedness in jail. Then they get out of jail, go right back to the streets and continue doing wickedness. End up homeless on the streets. And the cycle continues. Why would you help that person? Why? When that could be the person that robbed your grandma last week. That could be the person that broke into your cousin's house last week, or your uncle, or your aunt's house.
Right.
That could be the person that broke into their car and stole their car. You got to be aware of this stuff, of what the Bible actually teaches. Go ahead.
Give unto the good and help not the sinner.
Give unto the good and help not the sinner. Give to the good and help not the sinner. So we're going to leave that right there at that. So let's continue on. Let's go to the book of Proverbs, chapter 26, in verse 16.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 26, and verse 16. The sluggard is wiser in his own consent than 7 men that can render a reason.
So the sluggard is wiser in his own conceit than 7 men that can render a reason. And that's talking about a person that's wise in their own eyes. You will read about this. We have a whole lesson on it. Be not wise in thy own conceit. But it says a sluggard is wiser in his own conceit than 7 men that can render a reason. That's why you want to be aware and careful of dealing with that sluggard, dealing with that lazy man. What is he going to be able to offer you? He don't want to work. He don't want to do anything. So what can he offer you as far as taking care of a family and raising a family and taking care of a household? He can't. Let's go to Proverbs 19:15.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 19, and verse 15. Slothfulness casteth into a deep sleep, and an idle soul shall suffer hunger.
And an idle soul shall suffer hunger. God is telling us. That's why he tells us don't help those people. Hold on to your bread. An idle soul is going to suffer hunger. They don't want to work. They don't want to do anything, but yet they want help. They expect people to help them. God is telling you. Slothfulness casteth into a deep sleep, and an idle soul shall suffer hunger. You sow what you reap. Let's go to Sirach 33 and 25 through 27.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 33, and verse 25. If thou set thy servant to labor, thou shalt find rest. But if thou let him go idle, he shall seek liberty. A yoke and a collar do bow the neck, so are tortures and torments for an evil servant. Send him to labor that he be not idle, for idleness teacheth much evil.
That's what we want from this. He's talking about your servant. Don't let your servant be idle. But that goes for any of our people. Don't deal with a person that's always dealing in idleness. Why? Because idleness teaches much evil. Send him to labor that he be not idle, for idleness teacheth much evil. Husbands, don't let your wife sit at home in idleness. Why? Because idleness teacheth much evil. You let your spouse, your husband, your wife, your husband just sit around being idle. At some point, they're going to get themselves caught up in some kind of evil. That's what the scripture is telling you. Watch out for that sluggard, that slothful, lazy, idle person. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 10 and 18.
In the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 10. There we go. Chapter 10 and verse 18. By much slothfulness the building decayeth, and through idleness of the hands the house droppeth through.
So, sisters, be careful in letting yourself get caught up with a slothful man that don't want to do anything around the house. He don't want to do nothing, and the house is just falling to ruin. Fences falling down, drywall falling, holes in the walls, roof is falling in, because he don't want to get up and fix nothing. You need to be aware of that. By much slothfulness the building decayeth, and through idleness of the hands the house droppeth through. The toilet stopped up. He don't want to fix it. He don't want to do anything. Now the toilet is stinking. The bathtub is stopped up. He don't want to fix the bathtub. The roof is leaking. He don't want to do anything to fix it. Just slothful, just lazy. The Lord is telling you to be aware of dealing with that kind of man. Let's go to Proverbs 12 and 27.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 12 and verse 27. The slothful man roasted not that which he took in hunting, but the substance of a diligent man is precious.
So the slothful man roasted not that which he took in hunting. He's too lazy to even just sit down and cook the food. He don't want to cook. He don't want to do anything. All right. Go to Proverbs 18 and 9.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 18 and verse 9. He also that is slothful in his work is brother to him that is a great waster.
He also that is slothful in his work is brother to him that is a great waster. He don't want to work. He's lazy, but he's also the first one to want to waste stuff. A person gives him food, he's like, oh, I don't want to eat that, and he'll waste it. Somebody's trying to give him a helping hand and he'll waste it. Let's say, somebody even go as far as, you know what, man, he doesn't have a way, his excuse is, I can't find a job that's nearby. All the places that want to hire me are too far and I can't get there. I don't have a car. And somebody gives him a car. But instead of taking care of the car, he wastes it. He just let the car, just fall apart. A great waster. So think about that. Let's go to Proverbs 12 and 25 through 26.
Um, Book of Proverbs, chapter 21, and verse 25. The desire of the slothful killeth him, for his hands refuse to labor. He coveteth greedily all the day long, but the righteous giveth and spareth not.
So the desire of the slothful killeth him, for his hands refuse to labor. He refuses to work. But he coveted greedily all the day long, going back to TLC's song. Always talking about what he wants, but sits in his broke you know what. He don't want to do anything. He talks about what he wants. He covets. He desires greedily the things that he wants, but he's not going to do anything to try to attain it. Let's go to Proverbs 24 and 30 through 31.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 24, and verse 30. I went by the field of the slothful, and by the vineyard of the man void of understanding.
So it's telling you that the slothful man is a man who's void of understanding. Go ahead.
And lo, it was all grown over with thorns, and nettles had covered the face thereof, and the stone wall thereof was broken down.
So this is that man. He don't want to go out there and plow. He don't want to tend to his vineyard. He thinks it's going to grow itself. He thinks it's going to plow itself. And it's grown over with thorns. Nettles cover it. The stone wall that's surrounding it is breaking down. It's decaying. He's losing money because he don't want to put the work in. But yet he's looking at his neighbor's field and seeing how his neighbor's field is all lush and green. He's prospering. He's making money. And now he's envious and jealous. But whose fault is it? It's his own fault for being slothful. Let's go to Sirach 22 and 1 through 2.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 22, and verse 1. A slothful man is compared to a filthy stone, and everyone will hiss him out to his disgrace. A slothful man is compared to the filth of a dunghill. Every man that's
talking about poop. That's what dunghill. That's what dung is. It's called a dunghill. You know, after manure, after all the cows have, you know, just pooped everywhere, and they want to take that pile of it and put it into a big heap. That's what the dunghill is. So a slothful man is compared to the filth of a dunghill. Go ahead.
Every man that taketh it up will shake his hand.
Now, you guys know that I don't like using that profanity and all that stuff, but he's basically telling you a slothful man ain't worth you know what. That's what he's telling you. The S word. A slothful man is compared to the filth of a dunghill. In other words, he's not worth you know what. That's what the scripture's telling you. A slothful man is compared to a filthy stone, and everyone will hiss him out to his disgrace. A slothful man is compared to the filth of a dunghill. Every man that takes it up shall shake his hand. Let's go to 2 Thessalonians 3 and 6 through 15.
The book of 2 Thessalonians, chapter 3, and verse 6. Now we command you, brethren, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that ye withdraw yourselves from every brother that walketh disorderly, and not after the tradition which he received of us.
So he's saying, withdraw from them brothers that are walking disorderly. Their lives are completely out of order. Read on.
For yourselves know how ye ought to follow us, for we behave not ourselves disobediently among you. Neither did we eat any man's bread for naught, but wrought with labor and travail night and day, that we might not be charitable to any of you, not
Chargeable.
because not chargeable to any of you, not because we have not power, but to make ourselves an example unto you to follow us. For even when we were with you, this we commanded you, that if any will not work, neither should he eat.
That if any would not work, neither shall he eat. Go ahead.
For we hear that there are some which walk among you disorderly, working not at all,
For
but
we
are
hear that there are some which walk among you disorderly, working not at all. And we see that all throughout today's society. Go ahead.
but are busybodies. Now them that are such, hold on. Now them that are such, we command and exhort by our Lord Jesus Christ, that with quietness they work and eat their own bread. But ye, brethren, be not weary in well doing. And if any man obey not our word by this epistle, note that man, and have no company with him, that he may be ashamed. Yet count him not as an enemy, but admonish him as a brother.
So he's telling you, don't keep company with a lazy man like that. If he's not willing to work and earn his keep, he shouldn't be sitting around expecting to get paid, to get money, to get food, to be fed, to be taken care of. Have no company with him, that he may be ashamed. Yet count him not as an enemy, but admonish him as a brother. Let's go to 1 Timothy chapter 5 and verses 7 through 8.
The book of 1 Timothy chapter 5 and verse 7. And these things give in charge, that they may be blameless. But if any provide not for his own, and especially for those of his own house, he had denied the faith and is worse than an infidel.
So in other words, if you're not working, you're not providing for your own house, he says you're worse than an infidel. An infidel is a non-believer. It says again, and these things give in charge, that they may be blameless. But if any provide not for his own, and especially for those of his own house, he had denied the faith and is worse than an infidel. So ladies, you need to look for that man that is a provider. He's not lazy. He's not too lazy to work. He's not out there drinking all day. He's not out there smoking weed and shooting up heroin all day, messing with fentanyl. He's out there working. He's got his hand on the plow. He's taking care of his family. He's bringing on whatever money he's bringing in for the upkeep of his house, to take care of his wife, his kids, his family, his household. But the Lord says, if you don't do that, if you're not providing for your own household, you're worse than an infidel. Let's go on. Let's go to Sirach 7 and 15. Stay away from that lazy man.
The book of Ecclesiasticus chapter 7 and verse 15. Hate not laborer's work, neither husbandry, which the Most High hath ordained.
Husbandry is farming. Hate not laborious work, neither husbandry, which the Most High hath ordained. We're not supposed to hate working. But you hear some of our people, I can't stand work. I hate work. I hate having to get up and go to work every day. They'd rather sit around idle, doing nothing all day, but being on Facebook, being on Instagram, TikTok, That's what they want to do. A lot of people nowadays. You haven't noticed that? You see some of the homeless people sitting out there and they've got their phone in their hands and sitting there on their phone, their free Obama phone.
Right.
Not using the phone to look at Craigslist to try and find work. Or look, you know what I mean, looking up ways that they could find a job. But they're sitting there on Facebook wondering about what so-and-so is doing. While they're sitting there destitute, dirty clothes on, no food. Don't even know if they're going to be able to lay their head down in that same spot. Or the police going to come and make the move. Don't have a pot to piss in, but they got a cell phone with internet, and they've got Facebook and Snapchat and all of this. It makes no sense at all.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Sirach 40 and 18.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 40 and verse 18. To labor and to be content with that a man hath is a sweet life, but he that findeth a treasure is above them both.
Read it one more time.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 40 and verse 18. To labor and to be content with that a man hath is a sweet life, but he that findeth a treasure is above them both.
Oh, all right. Just give me a second. Trying to find something. All right, so go back. Where's Sirach 40 and 18? Read it one more time.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 40 and verse 18. To labor and to be content with that a man hath is a sweet life, but he that findeth a treasure is above them both.
All right, so what I was trying to find is what I found it now. But to labor and to be content with that a man hath is a sweet life. In other words, work. And whatever you're paid, be content with that. If it's enough to cover your bills, for you to take care of your family, there's nothing wrong with being content with that. But the problem with American society and society as a whole nowadays is that everybody wants more. Always got to have more, always got to get more. Nothing is ever enough. But he says to labor and to be content with that a man hath is a sweet life, but he that findeth the treasure is above them both. And I wanted to get this precept to show that that treasure is talking about wisdom. So go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 14. This
The
is
wisdom
talking
of
about
Solomon.
wisdom.
The wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 14. You said, right? For she is a treasure unto men that never faileth, which they that use become the friends of God, being commended for the gift that cometh from learning.
So again, it's talking about wisdom. You know that when you read 7:7. Wherefore I prayed and understanding was given me. I called upon God and the spirit of wisdom came to me. So then when you get down to verse 14, it's still talking about wisdom. For she is a treasure unto men that never faileth, which they that use become the friends of God, being commended for the gifts that come from learning. So going back to Sirach 40:18, when it says, but he that findeth the treasure is above them both. So when you find wisdom, that's more valuable than anything. That puts, you above both both of those things. All right. So just wanted to put that out there. All right, let's see. There's another one too. Go to Sirach 20 and 30.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 20 and verse 30. Wisdom that is hid and treasure that is hoarded up, what profit is in them both?
All right. So the same thing is talking about that wisdom. Go to Sirach 29 and 11.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 29 and verse 11. Lay up thy treasures according to the commandments of the Most High, and it shall bring thee more profit than gold.
So lay up thy treasure according to the commandments of the Lord, which go to Luke 6 and 45. We break this down more in detail when we do the lesson on commandment 1.
The book of Luke, chapter 6 and verse 45. A good man out of the good treasure of his heart bringeth forth that which is good, and an evil man out of the evil treasure of his heart bringeth forth that which is evil. For of the abundance of the heart his mouth speaketh.
So that good treasure is talking about the commandments of God. You got to lay up your treasure according to the commandments of God. Go back, you just read it. Go back to where you just were real quick, where you just read that in Sirach 29 and 11.
Book of Sirach, chapter 29 and verse 11. Lay up thy treasure according to the commandments of the Most High, and it shall bring thee more profit than gold.
So you got to know what kind of treasure your man lays up in his heart. Is he have his treasure, on good things? Or is he laying up treasure of evil things? Which is it? What is it that he desires? Because we just read in Luke 6 and 45, a good man out of the good treasure of his heart bringeth forth that which is good. And an evil man out of the evil treasure of his heart bringeth forth that which is evil. So in other words, the evil man, he's laying up treasure according to unrighteousness, not according to the righteousness of the commandments. So keep that in mind when you're looking for a man. Stop dealing with that lazy man that don't want to work. All right, let's go to 1 Timothy chapter 6 and verses 6 through 10. And this one goes for you women also, because yes, we're showing you that the scripture says you need to look for a man that works. But you women also got to learn to be content with what your husband has and what he makes also. Go ahead.
The book of 1 Timothy, chapter 6 and verse 6. But godliness with content is great gain.
We'll read it again.
But godliness with contentment is great again.
Great gain.
Great gain. For we brought nothing into this world, and it is certain that we can carry nothing out. And having food and raiment, let us be therewith content.
Because this is the problem. Some of our women, they love to compare. So they'll look at one family and be like, well, how come so and so's husband, he done bought her a house, he done bought her a new car, he done bought her jewelry, he got her a new Coach purse, he got her some lug shoes. What you done for me? And he's trying, well, you got a roof over your head, don't you? That ain't nothing. Well, you do have a car, don't you? You got food in the house, don't you?
Right.
The bills are paid, aren't they? So ladies got to also learn to be content with what your husband makes and what he's got and what he has. Don't allow yourself to compare that just because your best friend from high school, she met a man and he's got a great job, making great money, takes her on vacation. She's driving a what do you call it? I don't know, expensive car. She's got diamonds all over her, diamond necklaces, diamond bracelets, diamond rings all on her fingers. She's got the best purses, the Louis Vuittons, the Coach, the Dooney and Burke. Goes to all the nice restaurants to eat. Stop comparing your life to what you see your friends doing on social media. And then hounding your husband about it, because that's going on in a lot of households. Oh, well, I saw so-and-so post up pictures that her husband took her on a cruise to so-and-so. When are you taking me? Leave that stuff alone. That's that idleness of hands, especially for some of the women who got nothing to do all day but sit on social media all day. And then they're comparing their life to the people that they see on social media. And then they're at home bothering their husbands, hounding him. Well, how come we don't? How come you don't? How come I don't have like so-and-so? You know what I mean? You shouldn't be doing that. And having food and raiment, let us be there with content. That's what the scripture says. Go ahead. Verses 9 and 10.
But they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare, and into my many foolish and hurtful lusts, which down men in destruction and perdition.
Which drown men in destruction and perdition. Read on.
For the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some covet after, they have error from the faith, and pierce themselves through with many sorrows.
Because then you come into those situations where you deal with a covetous man that he'll do anything for money, even risk his family's welfare to try and, make money. Gambling, that's one of the big ones some of these men are doing. Watch out for that gambler. He gets paid on Friday, and on Saturday and Sunday, he's gambling on the college football and the NFL. And then on Monday, he's gambling on Monday Night Football. Tuesday, he's gambling on the basketball game. The next thing you know, by the time the next Friday comes, none of the bills are paid because he's lost so much money on gambling over the weekend. Watch out for that. Let's go to Sirach 29 and 21 through 24.
The charge on my headphones went out.
Oh, testing.
Okay,
Yeah,
you can't hear
it's
that.
gone anyway. Oh no, and that's there. I can hear myself. Yeah, I can hear myself.
Okay.
That's all right. We're almost done. So.
Hold on.
So while he's gone and trying to get his earphones and microphone situated, I'll just go on with this one. So this is Sirach chapter 29 and verses 21 through 24. It says, the chief thing for life is water. Or is he back?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So
Sirach.
go ahead.
It's all Sirach, right?
Yeah, 29 and 21 through 24.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 29 and verse 21. It says, the chief things for life is water and bread and clothing and a house to cover shame. Better is the life of a poor man in a mean cottage than delicate fare in another man's house. Be it little or much, hold thee content, that thou hear not the reproach of thy house. For it is a miserable life to go from house to house, for where thou art a stranger, thou darest not open thy mouth.
So this is good advice, and women take heed to it, especially when it comes to choosing a man. The chief thing for life is water and bread and clothing and a house to cover shame. If he makes enough money to take care of the necessities, there's nothing wrong with that. You've got food, you got water, you got clothes on your back, and you got a house to stay in. And if, Lord's will bless you, or, you got a car because you need to get back and forth to work, then be content with it. Because it's better as the life of a poor man in a mean cottage. It doesn't have to be a mansion. It don't have to be an extravagant home. But if all you guys can afford is just a little mean cottage, then so be it. If he's able to provide and you got food, water, you got clothes, your bills are paid. Because he says, better is the life of a poor man in a mean cottage than delicate fare in another man's house, than you having to go and live with someone else. Asking, cousin so-and-so, do you mind if we move in with you for a while? Uncle so-and-so, you mind if, me and my family come and stay with you guys for a while? It says, be it little or much, hold thee contented, that thou hear not the reproach of thy house. For it is a miserable life to go from house to house, for where thou art a stranger, thou darest not open thy mouth. How are you going to be able to open your mouth and protest anything that's going on in that house if it ain't your house? They want to, cook that ham and that hog mogs or whatever it is, and it's not your house. How are you going to be able to sit there and tell them, hey, you know what? The Lord said you ain't supposed to be eating that pork. Don't be cooking that pork. They're going to look at you like, who are you? This is my house. You don't tell me what to cook in my house.
That's true.
And that goes with a lot of different laws in the Bible. How are you going to tell me what to wear in my house? How are you going to tell me how to talk in my house? So you got to be aware of that also. Let's go to Tobit chapter 5 and verses 18 through 19.
Book of Tobit, chapter 5, verse 18. Be not greedy to add money to money, but let it be as refuse in respect of our child. For that which the Lord had given us to live with does suffice us.
So he's saying, be not greedy to add money to money, but let it be as refuse in respect of our child. For that which the Lord had given us to live with doeth suffice us. All right. So let's look up the word refuse real quick, because he says, but let it be as refuse in respect of our child. Let me share the screen again. It's not talking about garbage, but there are a lot of different meanings to that word refuse. One of them is garbage, though.
Mhm.
So it could be refuse or it could be refuse. Can you see it?
Yes.
All right. So one definition is to indicate or show that one is not willing to do something, such as I refuse to answer. Indicate that one is not willing to accept or grant something offered or requested. Of a thing failed to perform a required action, the car refused to start. Declined to accept an offer of marriage from someone. He so conceited he never believed anyone would refuse him. A verse, stop short or run alongside a fence or other obstacle instead of jumping it. Her horse refused a high hedge. Or refuse, a matter thrown away or rejected as worthless, trash. Okay, let's go to Merriam-Webster. To express oneself as unwilling to accept, refuse a gift, refuse a promotion. To show or express unwillingness to do or comply with. To not allow someone to have or do something. Deny. They will refuse admittance to the game. Give up, renounce. Deny thy father and refuse thy name. To decline or jump or leap over. The worthless or useless part of something. Trash, garbage. Thrown aside or left as worthless. So he's basically telling you, be not greedy to add money to money, but let it be as refuse in respect of our child, or as worthless in respect of our child. To sit there and gather up a whole bunch of money, it's a worthless act. For that which the Lord had given us to live with doeth suffice us. We got to make sure that we're not greedy for gain. Be content with what you got. If that makes sense, especially when it comes to finding a husband. Stop just looking for that man because he's got a lot of money. Look for that godly, loving, respectable man. If he's working at Burger King, he's working at McDonald's or Taco Bell, but he's a loving, godly man that's going to treat you right, and he make enough to pay the bills, what's wrong with giving him a chance? What is wrong with that? But our women would rather go out with the Terrell Owings and the Chad Ochocinco's because they're millionaires, but yet they don't realize that while they're at home with the children and him and his buddies go off to the Dominican Republic, they're out there sleeping with 17 women. But when he comes home, the woman's going to pretend like she don't know he was out there cheating because she wants that money to keep coming in so that she can keep having that lavish lifestyle. Don't sell yourself short. So again, watch out for that lazy, slothful man. So, in conclusion, we've given you a whole lot of characteristics to look for when it comes to choosing a husband. A whole lot of characteristics to look for in the kind of man to stay away from when it comes to choosing a husband. So let's go to Romans 12 and 9 through 13. Wait, we can't hear you. Your mic is off. You're on mute. Somehow your microphone got muted. See, it says you can't unmute your guest. Their mic isn't connected, so your microphone is disconnected.
There you go.
Now it's on. Yeah, now I can hear you barely, but go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me, but I can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
That's crazy. I'll read it though. Romans 12, 9 and 13. It says 9. Verse 9. Let love be without this
Oh, I see.
dissimulation.
When you
Avoid that
whatever
which
you
is
did, when you
evil,
leaned
cleave
in,
to that which is good.
when you
I
leaned
can hear you.
forward, when you lean forward, you got louder. So I think you just got to get closer to the mic. But you still can't hear me? See, now your mic went off again.
But it's gonna be an echo.
All right, I'll read them then. Can you hear me?
Yep.
But there's an echo.
Can you hear the echo and not no more?
Yeah, I can hear myself, but it's like low. Testing. Yeah, now it's turn testing. Maybe if I turn my speaker down a little bit, it won't go through my microphone and echo.
Right.
So try and read it again.
Romans chapter 12 and verse 9. Let love be without dissimulation. Abhor that which is evil, cleave to that which is good. Be kindly affection one to another with brotherly love and honor, preferring one another. Not slothful in business, fervent in spirit, serving the Lord. Rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation, continuing instant in prayer. Distributing to the necessity of saints, given to hospitality.
So it's saying, let love be without dissimulation. In other words, don't let your love be fake. Abhor that which is evil. In other words, hate that which is evil. Cleave to that which is good. Husbands and wives, be kindly affectionate. He's talking about Israel as a whole, but you wives and husbands, be kindly affectionate one to another with brotherly love and honor, preferring one another. Not slothful in business. Don't be lazy. Fervent in spirit, serving the Lord. Rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation, continuing instant in prayer. That's what a husband and wife should be doing together. Distributing to the necessity distributing to the necessity of saints, given to hospitality. Let's go to Proverbs 4 and 4 through 17, or 14 through 17.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 4 and verse 14. Enter not into the path of the wicked, and go not in the way of evil men, Avoid it, pass not by it, turn from it, and pass away. For they sleep not, except they have done mischief, and their sleep is taken away, unless they cause some to fall. For they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence.
So avoid getting involved with evil men, women. Pass by it. Turn from it. Pass away. Don't deal with that kind of man. Let's go to Romans 8, 1 through 11.
The book of Romans chapter 8 and verse 1. There is therefore now no condemnation to them which are in Christ Jesus, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit.
So find you a man that walks after the Spirit, that does not walk after the flesh. Go ahead.
For the law of the Spirit of life is Christ Jesus, had made me free from the law of sin and death. For what the law could not do in it, that it was weak through the flesh, God sending his own Son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin condemned sin in the flesh, that the righteousness of the law might be fulfilled in us, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. For they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, but they that are after the Spirit, the things after the Spirit.
So you got to be careful about when you meet this man. Does he mind the things of the flesh, or does he mind the things of the Spirit? You've got to discern that. Go ahead.
For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. Because the carnal mind is enmity against God, for it is not subject to the law of God, neither indeed can be.
So you want to watch out for that carnally minded brother. Go ahead.
So then they that are in the flesh cannot please God.
So he will never be able to please God if he's living after the flesh. Read.
But ye are not in the flesh, but in the Spirit, if so be that the Spirit of God dwell in you. Now if any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his.
So you better make sure that this man that you choose as a husband, that he's got the Spirit of Christ dwelling in him. Go ahead.
And if Christ be in you, the body is dead because of sin, but the Spirit is life because of the righteousness. But if the Spirit of him that raised up Jesus from the dead dwell in you, he that raised up Christ from the dead shall also quicken your mortal bodies by his Spirit that dwelleth in you.
Let's go to the book of Galatians chapter 5 and verses 16 through 26.
The book of Galatians chapter 5 and verse 6. For in Jesus Christ neither circumcision availeth anything, nor
Galatians 5 and
uncircumcision.
16.
5 and 16, sorry. The book of Galatians chapter 5 and verse 16. This I say then, walk in the Spirit, and ye shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh. For the flesh lusted against the Spirit, and the Spirit against the flesh, and these are contrary the one to another, so that ye cannot do the things that ye would. But if ye be led of the Spirit, ye are not under the law. Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envyings, murders, drunkenness, revelings, and such like, of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in time past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law. And they that are Christ have crucified the flesh with the affection and lust. If we live in the Spirit, let us also walk in the Spirit. Let us not be desirous of vain glory, provoking one another, envying one another.
So, sisters, walk in the Spirit so that you don't fulfill the lust of the flesh. Then, can you And will you find a husband who is like-minded, who also walks in the Spirit? So if you want to find a husband that walks in the Spirit, you must walk in the Spirit. Don't deal with that brother that's walking after the flesh. And if you don't want to find that kind of man, you've got to repent and change your lifestyle that you don't walk in the flesh. All right. Why? Sirach 26:23. We brought this out at the beginning of the lesson last week.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 26 and verse 23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord.
But a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord. So if you want a godly man, you have to become a godly woman. Let's go to Romans 15 and 1 through 7.
The book of Romans, chapter 15 and verse 1. We then that are strong ought to bear the infirmities of the weak, and not to please ourselves. Let every one of us please his neighbor for his good to edification. For even Christ pleaseth not himself, but as it is written, the reproaches of them that reproached thee fell on me. For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, that we, through patience and comfort of the scriptures, might have hope. Now the God of patience and consolation grant you to be like-minded one towards another according to Christ Jesus, that ye may with one mind and one mouth glorify God, even the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. Wherefore receive ye one another as Christ also received us to the glory of God.
So you husband and wives have to be like-minded. You must be on one accord in everything if you want your relationship to work. Let's go to Philippians 2 and 1 through 5.
The book of Philippians, chapter 2 and verse 1. If there be therefore any consolation in Christ, if any comfort of love, if any fellowship of the Spirit, if any bowels and mercies, fulfill ye my joy, that ye be like-minded, having the same love, being of one accord, of one mind. Let nothing be done through strife or vainglory, but in loneliness of mind, let each esteem others better than themselves. Look not every man on his own things, but every man also on the things of others. Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus.
So in other words, don't be selfish. Be willing to give in the relationship. Don't just be a taker. And that goes for a lot of you women. Don't just be on the take. Be willing also to give and compromise. Let's go to 2 Corinthians 13, 11 through 14.
The book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 13 and verse 11. Finally, brethren, farewell, be perfect, be of good comfort, be of one mind, live in peace, and the God of love and peace shall be with you. Greet one another with a holy kiss. All the saints salute you. The grace of the Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the communion of the Holy Ghost be with you all. Amen.
So he says, finally, brethren, farewell. Be perfect, be of good comfort, be of one mind. Live in peace, and the God of love and peace shall be with you. And you got to think about that in your household as a loving couple. Greet one another with an holy kiss. All the saints salute you. The grace of the Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the communion of the Holy Ghost be with you all. Amen. Let's go to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
And with that, we're going to say shalom, Most High in Christ blessed. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath, and we will see you next Sabbath. Shalom.